Makubela, community representative of Soweto, and he is joined by another community representative from Soweto, Ms. Tsidi Madisakwane. This afternoon, we will hear the evidence of Mr. Benjamin Chisari, community representative of Alexandra, and that evidence will start at 2 o'clock. So good morning and thank you very much for coming, Mr. Makubela and Ms. Madisakwane. We will start by swearing you in, so may I ask Ms. Madisakwane, are you willing to take the oath, or do you prefer to affirm the truth of your evidence? Can you just push that button in front of you? Yes.
I'm willing to take the oath, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Do you consider the oath as binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do, Commissioner.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much, and we will do the same with regard to Mr. Makubela. Mr. Makubela, can you just move closer to the mic perhaps, or the mic closer to you? Are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to affirm the truth of your evidence?
Yes, I do, Commissioner.
Do you consider the oath as binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Our evidence leaders this morning. Yeah. Yes, Commissioner Nissen is just reminding me, let me just introduce the panel to you. My name is Andre Gaum. I'm the chairperson of the panel from the Human Rights Commission. On the left-hand side, on my left-hand side is Commissioner Pelile Ntuli, and on my right-hand side, Commissioner Chris Nissen. And the evidence team this morning will be Advocate Van Heerden, Advocate Motlasedi, and Advocate Lotz. I am not sure who is going. Yes, I understand that there is a statement that you want to read first before they will ask questions. Please go ahead with that.
Thanks, Commissioner. My name is Themba Makubela. I'm one of the leaders from Soweto. Beside me is Tsidi Madisakwane, also from Soweto. The statement is as follows. Bahlali Baduli Soweto Housing Committee is a non-profit organization that was officially founded in 2015 by the landless and homeless people from Soweto and the surrounding areas. The majority of them live in a family house in a backyard shack or a one-room made of brick and mortar. This shack or one-room made of brick is mostly accommodating not less than a family of 3 to 8 members in average. And the majority of people that stays in Soweto lived in their parents' or grandparents' house. And you find that people stay or live in that is now the 4th generation of that family, meaning the grandparents who are the owners, the children that stays in that yard or house, the grandchildren, even the great-grandchildren stay in the same house. And this is triggered by many social challenges like lack of education, skills, and unemployment that is triggered by the lack of opportunities in Soweto and the country. And these foster family members not to move out of the family house to go look for a place of their own, which results in a family feud due to competition of space to stay and due to lack of resources. Unemployment is so rife in Soweto in such a way that there is no difference between weekdays and weekend. When you walk around the street of Soweto during the week, you will think it's weekend because of high rate of unemployment, especially among youth and women in general. And this is one recipe that is conducive for any revolution to take place, whether for just or unjust cause. The material conditions are conducive and favorable for a popular revolution to take place in Soweto or South Africa because of high rate of youth who are unemployed. As the country, we are sitting on a time bomb due to lack of hope on our youth. The issue of social unrest threat has been there with us as people of Soweto for a long time. And little work has been done to address the imminent challenges that is facing social unrest. During early year of 2008, our area in Soweto was engulfed with social unrest or criminality disguised as xenophobia, which we all know it was not xenophobia, but Afrophobia. Because most of the victims that were affected or infected were poor blacks that were attacked by our own communities. And this social unrest did not take place only once. It continued after some years later, which is a sign that there's an imminent danger in our country from 2008 to 2021. We should have learned a lesson on how to prevent and mitigate such threats of social unrest through citizen activism and public awareness or education about the challenges that is facing our communities. Even though at that point in time, the provincial and local government were able to do a minimum roadshow where they were educating citizens about the danger of xenophobic or Afrophobic for a country's image. Since the last Afrophobia attacks, nothing major was done to correct or educate our communities about the negative impact of social unrest to our lives and to the country as a whole. Furthermore, Commissioner, the South African Police Service were incapacitated to deal with the situation that presented itself before the 10th of July 2021, because intelligence was on the ground that there is plan of unrest around our areas, in particular Soweto, and community leaders did engage authorities or warn authorities about this imminent threat, but nothing was done. When it comes to their constitutional mandate as outlined in section 205 subsection 3 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which states that the object of the police service is to prevent, combat, and investigate crime, to maintain public order, to protect and secure the inhabitants of the Republic and their property, and to uphold and enforce the law. Close quote. As Soweto citizens, we were deprived those services by the local police. As leaders from Soweto, we were not surprised by the lack of proper and coordinated response on that fateful day from police, because it's what our communities are subjected to daily when it comes to policing in our areas. Our police stations are facing numerous challenges of lack of resources, like motor vehicle, shortage of staff, personnel, in terms of ratio of police to a number of committee members to service our area. On that day of the unrest, our police were overwhelmed, outnumbered by numerous incidents of looting in and around Soweto. For example, in Diepkloof, Soweto, at Barwa, Gwanat Business Precinct, it was one of the areas that was highly targeted during the unrest in July 2021 due to lots of businesses establishment in that area. Business like your liquor stores, your food wholesalers were not spared, including Jabulani and Diepkloof Square. As community of Soweto, we were like collecting statistics of shops or business that were looted through the social media. And this affected our livelihood as people in terms of shortage of essential things like foods in the shops and the circulation of money within our community, because automated teller machines were vandalized or damaged in most areas. Petrol was scarce due to the suspension of delivery trucks to areas like Soweto, but places like Sandton were receiving their deliveries. This has proven to us that our communities are not participating in organs of people's power like community policing forum and street committees. Because it's not that as the community of Soweto we were not aware about what was going to happen and where the attacks or looting were happening. In most WhatsApp groups, information was coming in as to what is happening and where, but there was no response from authorities. And that has widened the trust deficiency between the police and community members. And this challenge of trust deficit can be addressed through strengthening and empowering of forums like community policing forum through the participation of social institutions like churches, schools, youth and women formation within our communities. And by urgently implementing the resolution of the then Minister of Police, Mr. Nathi Mthethwa, who asked for the regulation and legislation that govern the police reservists to be urgently reviewed so that the police reservists must be absorbed into the police system. He did not stop there, but he instructed the Department of Police to establish a task team to deal with employment of our dedicated police reservists in the South African police services. Commissioner, how do you expect the fully operational police under South African services to be effective in dealing with crime in our society if she's not on the payroll? Is madness. And the majority of these police reservists are young people, especially women, who are in the services for more than 5 years. Some have higher ranks as police reservists, hoping one day will be absorbed into the system, but no, they are not. Those young people have dreams to have house or things of their own one day. What was shocking to us as the community of Soweto a few days or post the action or the looting activity in our community, the government and the security cluster, they initiated a program called or known as Operation Reclaim the Looted or Suspected Stolen Goods. We saw police, JMPD, and some suspected to be on intelligence services going to our houses and shacks that were suspected to have participated in the looting recovering liquor and perishable goods, taking those goods away with them. What was shocking is how do you explain the situation where a policeman or woman confiscate a half bag of milli, a used cooking oil, because the owner cannot produce the slip. And after that, the police dispose or burn that food that was confiscated from them. It might be legally correct to do so, but it was immoral in the eyes of Africans. How do you dispose fresh fruits while we have millions of people that goes to bed on an empty stomach? It was wrong, worse, they televise such immoral act. Commissioner, we'll stop here as the representative of community of Soweto, and we hope that the deliberations on the information will assist the Commission to come up with concrete recommendation that will prevent or stop this from happening again in our country. Because we have one country, which is South Africa. We must love it, protect it, and work towards building it for future generations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Makubela. Is there anything that Ms. Madisakwane wants to add at this point, or no? Ms. Madisakwane?
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Indeed, it was a very painful event that happened in Soweto during the looting. I'm saying this because as much as at times we view the Checkers, the Pick and Pay, Mr. Price, and all these other retail stores as belonging to the white people, but most of those belonged to our own brothers and sisters who are also Black South Africans. And those owners of shops that were looted, they also contributed in assisting our community when poverty strikes, because we live in poverty in Soweto. What also saddened us was the lack of participation in terms of our SAPS personnel. Most of the areas that were looted, I'm going to make an example in Meadowlands. We have Middle Point, we've got Ndofaya Mall. Between them, there's a police station. And when such happened, there was no police personnel that could go and stop or assist. And as we all know, police stations operate 24 hours. But unfortunately, there wasn't any help for those owners that are owning those shops. A lot of people lost their jobs. Even now, most are not employed because the owners of those shops, they couldn't open anymore. They had to move or close shops. With our ailing economy, such acts of looting, it's criminal activity. And if we are going to let it go without anybody accounting for it, we are saying it can still happen another time in future. So we are hoping with this commission, we can get to the bottom of what actually really happened, because some of us, we were caught unaware that this was going to happen. Not that we don't have patrollers or we don't have organizations that are working on securing our locations. We do have those, but the resources are the hindrance in terms of them making sure that they are delivering to the maximum capacity in stopping crime from happening. But the looting that took place, it looked like it was very much organized how it happened. In Meadowlands, we thought it wasn't going to happen because we know that there's a police station, and the rumors were saying most of the people that are coming to the location to loot, most of them are coming from hostel area. However, we thought, okay, if that is the case, because that's what we read on social media, if that is the case, Meadowlands and the other areas, Dobsonville, Builders Warehouse, they are far from the hostel, so we're safe. There's no need for us to try and say we are going to protect and assist. Unfortunately, during the looting, especially in Meadowlands, which happened in the wee hours of the morning, it happened. They took whatever, and even people that were just passing by at that time, they were being called to come and take whatever that it could take. And you can't resist taking what doesn't belong to you, even though it's been classified as a criminal activity. But if you are poverty-stricken and food is offered, at times your conscience, your moral stance at times might escape you because of the situation that you are finding yourself in. I'm still saying our government could have done better, especially the security cluster. They could have done better, because if we could hear that there is this thing that is happening in KZN and all these other areas, and something is being planned to happen around the area where we are staying in Soweto, it doesn't need anybody to have gone to school to know that you need to prevent before something bad happens. But nothing was done. And it shocked most of us, especially community leaders and the community, that even shops that are close to the police station were looted. So that is my submission to this commission today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to the evidence team now for questions. We'll be starting Advocate van Heerden.
Thank you very much for your statement and also your introductory statement, I think, which was very helpful. Perhaps for going forward, I would like to impose some sort of structure to the testimony. So what I will do is I'll break it down into an introduction where you'll tell me about your role in the community, the number of individuals you represent, and the communities you represent. I will then neatly flow into service delivery issues and or, if at all, within your communities. And then I hope to then gently swift you into discussions around the actual unrest and the activities around those areas. I will then mull over the impact on the unrest on women and children before handing over to my learned colleagues, who will then take you into the aftermath of the unrest and the effect that that may have on the communities. But perhaps an introduction, and I'm not sure which of the two will take the questions. I'm happy for it to be alternative. You have both taken the oath, so both testimonies are equally of importance. Thank you so much for your statement. It really is helpful to the Commission if we have something documented. It also helps with the testimony for this morning, that we can go through both statements as well as your oral testimony. It will really be of assistance to the Commission. But perhaps if you can tell us more about Bahlali Baduli Soweto Housing Committee. We appreciate that it's a non-profit organization, but how many communities do you represent? How far does it stretch? We want to see the wealth of communities that is actually represented, that you're not just here on your own will, that you're actually representing a broader community.
No, thanks, Advocate, for that question. Bahlali Baduli Soweto Housing Community, it is an organization that is vast, representing different communities. Maybe one must start by giving the background as to how was it initiated or started. Different communities from Soweto, even communities outside Soweto, like Freedom Park, your El Dorado Park, which don't form part of Soweto, Rivali, yes, those communities or community leaders, they are part of us on our common program. It started in 2016, where we met because the main objective of these communities was started by the community of Soweto who applied for RTP houses in 1996. And then to date, the majority of those people have not received any assistance from government, especially from Soweto, and who are backyard dwellers. Because the community of Soweto felt that they are being sidelined when there is allocation, because the government is prioritizing people that are staying in informal settlement, which to us we take it as they are jumping the queue, because people from Soweto, they do have those C forms of 1996, but when there's allocation are not being considered. Now, we then mobilized ourselves to say we need to do something as Diepkloof, while also Middlelands, they were mobilizing themselves, Orlando, they were mobilizing themselves, Kliptown, and Freedom Park, and Rivali, and El Dorado. We then said, we need to come up with a strategy where we don't engage the government as individual communities, but we must unite and form one organization that will represent and advocate the issue of housing as collective. That is the background of Bahlali Baduli Soweto Housing Committee. But also, because we were joined by other communities from other areas, which is El Dorado, as far as Enedale and Orange Farm, then there was a view that we must form Gauteng Housing Crisis Committee. Yeah, Gauteng Housing Committee, HCC. But due to not seeing eye to eye, as Soweto, we felt we must remain as Soweto, because our challenges and their challenges are not the same. For instance, Freedom Park, they were given special projects, which the government did build for them. But with Soweto, we still have people that are staying in the backyard and have applied since 1996. And the majority of those people are pensioners as we speak. So that's where we then said, we'll remain as Bahlali Baduli Soweto Housing Community, working in close partnership with Middlelands Community Forum under one umbrella. You then said, what is our role, which I've explained. Our role is to assist the community in service delivery. Issues of electricity, we are involved, because those people that are staying in Soweto, they are having challenges like your electricity provision, cut off, non-serviced by or reluctant to be saved by ESCOM, because they are saying that Soweto is owing, even though Soweto has committed to say they are prepared to pay for the services, but at a minimum fee or flat rate, which the ESCOM is saying no, they cannot accept the flat rate. So there's a number of issues. The issues of Egcinamanzi, which was one of the projects that came into Soweto as part of water preservation and maintaining the infrastructure. We accepted that program, but as it was rolled out, then introduced the prepaid system. And then that's where we then felt, no, we are not agreeing, but there were engagements up to the Constitutional Court, where the Constitutional Court took a decision to say, yes, the city has a right to put a system, and they have a right to give each household whatever minimum amounts of water per month, which was not sufficient, but then we were able to win, because the city approved 6,000 liters of free water and emergency. But also that system, it is not working. I can tell you now, in Soweto, if the collection rate when it comes to that, if it's not less than or 5% is 10%, but it's not helping. It's not helping at all, because we have said to the government, the majority of people that are staying in that one household, because the 60,000 liters was only made for one family household, but in 1 yard in Soweto, you find more than 5 families staying in 1 yard. Now, our argument was that if you are saying you are giving free household per family, per household female, then you must count the number of families that are staying in that house. But they said, no, it's only one address that is registered under one family. You can't have 5 families or 10 families. So the struggle continues on that one, including the issue of electricity. The number, how many community we are representing in terms of number, is a lot. On our database that we can provide to the commission, we have more than 10,000. That 10,000 are those ones who have applied for RDP houses since 1996, apart from those ones who are having challenges of electricity, who are having challenges of water, and also those ones who are renting in the, we call them Aboma stand. They also have challenges because come month end, or they've got, you'll find that month end will raise the monthly rental fee, and they will come to us to say, our relationship with our landlord is no longer smooth, because every time he sees me with grocery plastic, she will raise a rent or say, no, you must pay for electricity more, whereas themselves, they are not paying for electricity. Now, we have numerous challenges that is facing our community, because we don't have the housing tribunal at the local area. We only have housing tribunal in the city, and our people, and that tribunal, housing is not even accessible. So we have advised the government on numerous occasions, especially the Human Settlement Department, to say, at least within the offices of the councillor or per area, you say Orlando, Diepkloof, Middlelands, let's have a housing tribunal where if there's a broken down of relationship or contractual relationship between the landlord and the tenant, they are able to intervene. If you go to Soweto every month, especially month end, you will see trucks with loads of furniture moving up and down, because people are always moving, and that is the major challenge. I want to stop there. My leader, Comrade Sidi, will touch on areas where I have not touched as per your guide on how we must respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Advocate Tsidimadi Sakwani, Chairperson of Middlelands Community Forum, which was formed, actually formally registered in 2012, but it started before that time. The reason why it was started, it was because of the criminal activities that were happening in our area, and we tried to put the street patrollers, the block monitors and all those. And as we went on, we were confronted with other socioeconomic challenges that are faced by our community, housing, disputes in houses, and then we had to go to a bigger venue. We used to use a smaller venue, we had to go to a bigger venue. When we checked our register, we found out that not only the people from Middlelands, all the zones in Middlelands were attending, but we found that we had Brand Fisher, Tsepisong, Snake Park people, Jabafu, Dube, predominantly all the areas in Soweto that were attending to our meetings, because we were not only touching on irrelevant issues, but issues that are faced by our own community. Comrade Temba has already alluded to that. So our role was to ensure that we intervene, talk to the stakeholders that are there, which is our councillors, church leaders, police personnel. We forged relationships with quite a lot of other institutions, social services as well, in order to try and assist. So I believe the three I have touched upon. In terms of the impact that the unrest did to our community, like we were saying, unemployment is very high. And I remember when Middle Point was started, there was a company called Lulaway that approached us to say they want to come and add some buildings in a complex, and they would like the community forum to assist them to get people that want to apply. Normally when it comes to projects, we call them projects in the location where there's employment opportunities there, it becomes politicized. So when Lulaway approached us, it was a good start for a community to ensure that anybody that is a community member, irrespective of their political affiliation, they are being incorporated into fully participating in the economy. I know it was the hardware store that was opening, the Roots that was opening, and KFC, there was quite a few. And we called meetings and informed the community. We went to Josie FM, which is the radio station that we normally utilize, in getting the information out there. To say on this particular day, this is what is going to happen. Bring your CVs. Anybody, it doesn't matter how old you are. Bring your CVs. There's going to be this company that is going to go through the CVs and take you through as to what is going to be happening with shops that are going to be built. So the community was very excited. We are trying to put or instill that culture in our political leaders within our area to say, if there is a project that is coming, let us not focus on one side, because that one side is the one that is causing the unrest and making people not to feel they belong. We are not going to be protecting each other as a community, but we are always going to be seeing colors on our side. And we take ourselves as a structure that we are a glue that glues all these organizations together in order to get our lives to be bettered. So that's who we represent as Midrand's Community Forum, and I speak so affirming that in all the other structures or forums that we come into contact with, all those men and women that have given themselves to assisting the community, they also talk from the same page that I'm from, to try and assist and build our communities for the betterment of our lives.
Thank you. You mentioned in your address the fact that you mend different structures and to create the community. What then in that example is your relationship with government?
We do have, I won't say it's a super good relationship because of the things that the community wants and the government can't deliver. And we go to quite a lot of length and breadth to try and get the government to. There was a time when we were demonstrating as a community to say, because people are not getting their houses, and there is a land that was specifically put aside to say they're going to be building houses for the community who are waiting to get their RDP houses. We went there just to demonstrate. And we came back, we had a meeting with the human settlement. And it came to our surprise the following day when we got restraining orders and they opened cases against us to say we are inciting the people to go and occupy. And we're like, but we were with these guys in the meeting. If they say we were that side occupying, what are they actually trying to do, And there are times when we talk to them, when we talk to our government, especially the human settlement, and saying to them, this is what we are faced with, can we try and meet each other halfway? They would agree and then backslide from the agreement that we have made. Example being, as Midrand's Community Forum, because there was flew off as a development that was happening, we said to them, because we've got this many people, giving them the data of those people. At that time, we had about 2,000 people that were waiting, that were coming to our meetings, that were waiting for the RDP houses to be given to them. We said to them, we've got 192 pensioners and child-headed that are registered that wants RDP houses, and could you kindly accommodate them? And we've got this many. In that 2,000 plus, can you at least prioritize Middlelands and give Middlelands 1,000 houses? Because the development is happening just close to them. Number one, we are not being employed as people from Middlelands to work in that area which is closer to us. The little that you can do, at least accommodate this number. And as for the other developments that are going to be happening, we will understand if you're not going to be giving Middlelands anything and, you know, prioritizing other areas, because we would have at least met us somewhere in terms of this number. That time it was around 2013. My comrade has just mentioned, as we are sitting with almost 10,000 plus people that have applied for housing, that haven't received housing. So if that intervention that we try to do to make our relationship with our government, especially in the housing department, if they were listening to us, I don't think we would be sitting where we are sitting now. Because when you get a house, for us, a house means dignity. A house means peace of mind. A house means, you know what, I can even open a spaza shop in my house and sell. You know, you give this person hope. So currently our people, they don't have hope. That's when the unrest happened. Some people, even if they didn't know where this thing started, they just went there and also grabbed. They took whatever that they can take. So, yeah.
You said you won't describe the relationship as good.
Not so super good.
And for purposes of our reporting, how would, in your own words, how would you describe that relationship you have with government, given the experience?
On a scale of 1 to 10, one being very poor and 10 being super good, I would put it at 5.
Okay, you had mentioned the various service delivery concerns that you have, and particular housing, access to electricity. What other issues do you find amongst in Bahlale, Baduli, Soweto Housing Committee are the additional basic service or access to basic service concerns the community may have?
Yeah, the main, which is a dominant issue on service delivery, it is housing. Because with housing, as my comrade has alluded earlier on to say, it comes with dignity, you have electricity, you have access to water, you have access to ablution facility, and there's protection and guaranteed for your family to say they will have something to fall back on. In relation to, you said, what was it? Oh, the main challenges, yes, which, like I indicated, is housing. But on our side, as leaders, because we want to work with government, not against the government, we participated in a number of consultative imbizo or workshop or I can say workshop or meetings where we presented a blueprint on the solutions to the challenges. One of the solutions based on the report from the government to say that Gauteng in particular is attracting lots of people from different provinces, especially Johannesburg. And now the issue of challenge of housing, it is something that they cannot keep up with in terms of responding to the challenges on the ground because of that influx from other provinces. They then said, according to a budget, which is the city receive the grant from the province or national to do main infrastructure a project, for instance, of putting bulk water services, bulk electricity, sewer line, and all those things. We then proposed to them to say, because you are saying that you cannot keep up with the pace of building, because at that time they were saying they must build something like 10,000 houses per year. And currently they are building less than 1,000 a year, which they can't keep up with the demand on the ground. We pulled back and consulted our people to say, here's the situation that is facing our government, and then our economy is not doing well. Our people then gave us a mandate to say, no, when we say we want houses, it does not mean that we want a fully built houses. Give us the land, we will build for ourselves. Then we engaged with the government from 2008 to date until they adopted a program called Service Site. And then on that service site, there was a slogan by the provincial government of Gauteng called Repent Land Service Site. And in his state of the MEC of Gauteng, the current MEC of Gauteng, Lebogang Male, to 2019, he then said he will issue 100,000 service sites in the next 5 years. And we're monitoring that. 2019, 2020, before the lockdown, then the Premier announced that they are going to launch that program with 15,000 service sites. As we are seated here, we have not seen that one service site that they've launched as this community. And when we calculate, because we were hoping if the MEC is saying is going to deliver 100,000 service sites in the next 5 years, we were expecting that a year, a minimum of 20,000 service sites must be issued or given to our people. But as we speak, in the constituency that we are representing, we have not received one person that says has received a service site, even though last year and this year, they were able to take 333 community members across Soweto, because now it is where we told that it was a council resolution to say for every project they will allocate 333 per ward, so that they address the issue of housing delivery, which also on that side we are not saying that we are against that program, but we said the government must be transparent. We want to know who has been allocated and where, and what criteria they've used to do the allocation. Because we just share, because our people communicated with us at Soweto to say, my neighbor or somebody has just reported that has been allocated, but that information was not shared with the leaders in Soweto. And as Comrade Sidi has said, to say our relationship, we can put it at 6, and then we can justify why 6, because we communicate with them.
At 5.
At 5. We communicate with them, but they don't communicate with us. We have tried at the local level, talking to the local councillors. We have tried at the city level, speaking to the MMC, the mayor. We went to the MEC. We had izimbizos with the MEC. We also met with the minister, then it was Lindiwe Sisulu, where she convened the mayors of all the metros in Gauteng and the councillors, and they took resolutions. Up to now, those resolutions have not been implemented. Worst of all, as community of Soweto, we were after the protest, because we took it to the street to say we are not going to wait. And then there was that imbizo, and we were then told that the province has bought the land for community of Soweto, which is Southern Farm. And that land was given to us in 2017. It's 2022 now. The project has not started. And now, if you check on the southern part of Johannesburg, coming from Orange Farm. There was a vast land there, and that vast land has been occupied. And now we are scared as community to say they will reach Southern Farm where where that piece of land has been earmarked for mega project for people of Soweto. So we then said to the government, how about to go and occupy that land so that we safeguard it? Because once other people occupy it, it means as Soweto we are not going to have any land, because they told us that there is no longer a land available in Gauteng. That is the last piece of land at Southern Farm and referring towards Krugersdorp. So now we really scared to say if that land it is occupied by other people, because there's a lot of people that need a space to live or a place to stay, and our government, we think they are moving at a snail pace. At some stage they even said we must form the project steering committee. Then we asked them to say for which project, because you must tell us to say this project is going to start in the next whatever period, and then you can form part of the steering committee. So we did not participate, and we were correct, because even now that project has not started. Now we coming here, Commissioner, maybe not to surprise you to say this we did not mention. We went to, as I've explained, to the city, we went to the provincial government, we went to the national government, and we even further went to Lituli House, the ANC headquarters. The purpose of that march, which not once, we marched I think two times to Lituli House, was to say we are the community of Soweto, we protested in our street, we submitted petition to the government from local to national, and most of the people that are occupying those strategic positions were deployed by you. So we want you guys to make them to account. And then they said they will call us, it was 2020 before the lockdown. They then said, let's wait until the lockdown regulations are relaxed, because no gatherings are allowed. We waited and waited and waited. On the before the 1st of November 2021, before local government elections, our people in Soweto, they threatened to shut down all the voting stations. The reason was that they've sent us as leaders and we are not coming back with concrete answers. We always say, no, we are still going to meet with the government. Now, because everybody now is interested in coming to share our issues, then our people said they are not going to vote. As community, as leaders, we encourage them to say, no, you must go and vote. It's your right. But as to who you vote, we cannot tell you, because we are a non-political organization, but you must participate in the democratic processes. But our people, even now, they feel that this thing of voting is not helping them, because they will see our leaders after 5 years when it's time for voting again. And then we then said, okay, as leaders, what do we do? Because we really want our people to go and vote. On the 1st of November, it was on election day. We led a march. It was an illegal march, because we also have the challenges to say when we must march, we must apply through Section 4 committee in JMPD. We must apply, and they charge us for marching, and we are unemployed. But our people said, let's march. We marched to Lituli House on the 1st of November. The purpose of the march was to register our challenges and our concern, and our demands were very clear to say we are not going to vote as Soweto. We are going to remain at Lituli House until 7 o'clock, because the stations were closing at 7. Fortunately, after 2 hours, and then they sent a delegation, and we were assured that the leaders will respond on those issues. 1st of November to date is this December, is now 4 months. We were then assured that we will meet with the Office of the Minister of Housing, which they communicated with us. But up to now, that meeting is being postponed and postponed, and our people think that we are not representing them. And it is safe when a revolution is led by leaders than to have a revolution that is leaderless, because chaos, damage of property, looting, terrorism emerge from that unled revolution. So now, because at
Perhaps-
some stage...
Can I come in here, Mr.
Yes.
Matabela? Thank you so much for the testimony. It's very helpful. And I want to come in at a point just before you continue on revolution-led leaders. The question I want to ask is, what effect does the non-responsiveness, as you've detailed, of Save the Site initiatives going unnoticed, having imbizos, yet resolutions passed without impact, where you are leading marches and there's no response or favorable or practical effect of those initiatives, what impact does it have on communities? And what impact does it have on yourselves as leaders of these communities? As you have expressed, you come back to a community and they want to hear your intel, but you have none. What impact does that have on your communities and the people you lead?
Yeah, thanks, Advocate. On us as leaders, our people are now starting to say maybe we have been bought by the government, and then the mistrust between us. It is now we are now losing that trust between our constituency, and also at the same time, it makes the actions or the processes that our people must follow, which is a legal process of petitioning as entrenched in our constitution, petitioning, march, protest, and all those things, but within the legal framework, saying it is not helpful. The only thing that is helpful, because it's what they are encouraging us as leaders, to say, we know projects that the government has not allocated people. Let's go and occupy. Now, as leaders, we have prevented that. We have prevented that to say that cannot be done, because if we follow that route, the weakest or the vulnerable people, for instance, pensioners, because the majority of people that are on our are pensioners who applied in 1996 up to 2000. They are currently pensioners. They are not going to benefit, because it will be a survival of the fittest. So when we take that route, it means they are not going to benefit on that one.
Sorry, just to interject, when you take that route,
Yes.
which route are you referring to?
The route of illegal occupation of land, illegal of occupation on projects that are not allocated. And we know those projects. And the unfortunate part, our people report to us to say, at Lifuring, there's houses that are standing and it's now 8 months. We are prepared to go there. At Flayoff, there's flats that are empty. We are prepared to go there. There's a land that is available. We can go and occupy. But we wanted to work with government. But there will be a time, because we also don't want it to compromise our integrity. We are not going to stand forever in stopping or encouraging our people from taking that route. But if the needs come, we will lead our people to that program. we are not going to sit by and watch our people, meaning that we will also subject us to that illegal processes because our people were patient enough. And there is no anywhere or any time when we'll say we will abandon them. We will be with them until the end.
And I'm going to engage you on those, the tension really that comes as a result of poor service delivery, of failed engagements on countless effects. Thank you for that. I want to come and take us back to the community aspects and your leadership in the community. You've spoken at length about your initiatives in relation to housing and electricity and the extent you've gone to engage with government and other stakeholders. What other initiatives does Bahlali, Baduli, Soweto, so how the housing committee have within the communities? And are those initiatives resourced? Are they, perhaps, do you find any inter or help from the government?
Oh, thanks. I think someone will say maybe you were in our inside our car when we were discussing the challenges, and then we were discussing to say, because maybe I want to give contextual reasons before I respond. When we came into this or intervening on issue of housing, especially for people that applied in 1996, there were other groupings, but there were a lot of groupings mobilizing on advocating on issues of RDP. And those people, what they were doing, they were collecting monies from our pensioners, from those people who are unemployed, to say, bring 50 rand for the report back. We are going to meet with the minister, and then we will report others. They said, bring 50 rand. We are going to buy keys. Your house will be, you will be allocated houses in no time. And then as leaders, we felt, no, we must do something. And then the risk that we took was that, because those people were benefiting through that initiative, because if you collect 50 rand out of 500 people, you will multiply, it's a lot of money. And that 50 rand is a weekly donation that they demand from our people. We then took a decision to say we must intervene. The first thing that we told them that we are here to help you, and we don't need anything from you in terms of contribution, whether 10 rand or what. But we are only going to need you as a volunteer. When we say we are going to the minister, you must come with us. Meaning that for transport contribution, you yourself, you will have a taxi fare or a bus fare for you to ferry yourself. That was the resolution that we took as community of Middlelands, Diepkloof, and other communities. But since then, because really it's not easy, I mentioned earlier that when you have a match, you must apply, and there's a fee. And we are a non-profit organization, and we are not getting any support from businesses, from government, or from anywhere. It is a self-funded revolution by our people, which is a challenge. So as we were coming here, we were talking to ourselves as leaders to say, guys, our revolution is going to fail. And it's going to fail because no one is fueling this revolution. This revolution needs to be fueled, and then we need to start now asking our people to say, please, members, at least if you contribute 20 rand in those meetings, and we account for that, to say, now we don't have the PA system. We don't have the banners. When we have to write petitions, we as leaders, we must contribute. When we must make emails, when we must attend such meetings, we need to foot the bill. When we visit the MEC, the minister in their offices, they don't provide us with transport. we do those things on our own. And if they say come to Santin, they know that we are unemployed and we are available. They will just say come to Santin today at 2 o'clock. And without wasting any time, we don't fail because our people once report back. Since 1st of November, we have not given the report back, and they are saying they want that report back to say, where's the minister? So because there is a delay on the side of the minister in meeting with us, we now have no choice but to go back and convene that meeting with our community because we cannot afford not to report back to them. So in principle, we are a resourceless organization.
Thank you, sir. Accepting that you're a resourceless organization, are there locally identified stakeholders? I think you mentioned churches. Can you expand on that? What other
Their role,
stakeholders do you have within the communities that you do use?
them. Yeah, maybe on the church side, on us, our relationship with churches, schools, they offer us those places to as a venue or a place where we can have our meetings. Churches and schools. And then in relation to other organizations, maybe the NPO or structures, we work with everybody because within our community we have your ward committee, we have your community policing forum, and then we have let's say local station. When we have the meetings, they have pleaded with us to say we must inform them so that they come maybe and be visible around our gatherings. So there is that relationship with maybe the station or the CPF, but with churches and the schools is for venue. Maybe you can expand.
Okay, thank you very much. Advocate, at times you get a distressed family. And with church leaders, we can always refer this distressed family to go for counseling. In most of our police stations, we do have the pastors or the priests that are stationed there. So they are assisting venue, yes. In terms of our business partners, as much as they don't give us like money, they would assist where we say to them, there is this family that is unemployed, they haven't as yet received grants from the government. Is there a way where you can give them food? I remember we were also participating during the COVID, when COVID started, where we distributed food, working with COVID-19 Gauteng. However, we were different communities and we were giving out food. Some of the businesses that were destroyed at that time also contributed food parcels so that we can give to the communities that are very much disadvantaged and give them food. So our partners or people that we are working with within our communities, they're very much helpful. We still are being challenged pertaining to the drug abuse that is happening. We still haven't as yet found a solution to that. Because, I don't know, people fear drug lords, and even though the community policing people, they would go and identify and try and say, stop whatever that you're doing. But there are those that are untouchable. You know that in that house or in that building, they are selling. And police at times go there to, I don't know, patrol there or do what, I don't know. But nothing is happening, you know. So we still have that challenge of drug abuse by our youth, which is mainly caused by after matric, what do I do? You know, I can't go to school or to a higher learning institution. I don't have money. My parents can't afford. NERFSAS or didn't accept me. Maybe I didn't pass in those high marks because they want people that have passed with high marks. So those are the challenges that we are faced with. And where we can, like now with Middlelands Community Forum, we are busy with the mining issue, where we believe that the procedure in terms of engaging with the community has been flawed. And we also have a belief that it's been flawed because there are those influential people that are making it to be flawed. And that mine, for us now, it is our hope to say majority of the people in Middlelands and the neighboring area, they will come out of this poverty through this mine. We will be able to utilize the schools that are currently not being used, that are closed, to have those rehabs and get professional people to rehabilitate the drug addicts, and also have some skills that are going to be developed and shared with addicts, and our economy can be able to sustain itself and revive, you know. But we also need the assistance of our own government, because everything, we might say as a people, we've got the power, you know, amandla, awethu. We might say that. But in all actual fact, the very same people that we have given our power to, they need to represent us genuinely, fairly, you know, like Bomurudi. I normally say that to my councillors. Nang Bomurudi, be like priest and do principled things so that the community can benefit out of any opportunity that comes with anything that happens.
I want to just draw back on your reference to councillors, which was going to lead neatly into my next question. What is the relationship with your ward councillors? How do they contribute, if at all? If you could just map up that, the character of that relationship.
Okay. Because our councillors are new currently, they have just been put in, we have had, I think, 4 meetings, 3 of which, after they have been inaugurated and now started working, 3 of which were based in Middleland side. They were based on mining, to say this is not happening the way it's supposed to, please intervene. The other one was now with us as the Middlelands Executive Committee Forum, to say to them, as much as you are new, you are still brand new, you have not been dented by any corruption or of sorts. And we would like you to remain the way you are by doing the right thing for the community. We do not want to see a project, because you can see Middlelands unemployment is high. If there is any project, whether it comes as a public project or it comes as a private project, you need to alert the community. Each and everybody needs to have equal opportunity. As much as they were stating the fact that they've got other stakeholders except for us, we were saying, yes, you do have stakeholders, other stakeholders, but we are not political. We are not aligned to any political party. So we will always hold you to the truth. We won't sugarcoat it because you are our comrade. We won't do that. But you need to work with the community the way you are, as clean as you are currently, from looking at you. We need that relationship to continue and make sure that we hold each other accountable at the end of the day. So we do, at the moment, we do have a very good relationship, I must say.
And perhaps the new ward councillors, it's a bit unfair to criticize their conduct, but historically, what has that relationship looked like? I think the point of the commission is we're trying to understand your positions as community leaders and to see where your resources lie or don't lie. And so if we can find where there's structural flaws or gaps, we need to really address them without fear or favor. So in your experience, what has been your historic relationship with ward councillors?
Okay. Ward councillors, to us, for the mere fact that Middlelands Community Forum was formed, it was formed solely because our ward councillors failed us. They were there by title, but in terms of the deeds, the good deeds that they were supposed to be delivering to our communities, it was non-existent. If you are a councillor and you take decision in council without consulting the very same community that you are representing, it means you are representing yourself. So they have failed us for a very long time, because the resolution where they said we can only give 15 people houses for RDP in all the areas without looking at your database in your own ward where you are representing people. It means the people are not even in your heart or mind. They are just not there, you know. So it hasn't been a good relationship at all because of their absenteeism in the community in terms of service delivery.
Yeah, it's not easy to to judge councillors in the city because when we talk Soweto, we talk about how many 36 councillors. But specifically in my area, we were having a good relationship in terms of communication, meetings, and joint programs. But the challenge is when it comes to, especially in particular housing, councillors will always say it does not fall within their competence, which was another issue. The issue of allocation, it is not done by councillors. Councillors can only advocate or represent that particular community, but when a decision it is taken, councillors are not involved, which is also something that we think it needs to be addressed. Number one, we spoke about, what do we call it, transparency. To say if it was transparency, the councillors will know. And the councillors at the ward level will also know to say who has been allocated and then who is this person that has been allocated and when. Now we just hear that 30 people from Soweto or 36 people from Soweto have been allocated. But when you ask councillors to say, do you know those people that have been allocated? The councillor will say, no, it is not us that does the allocation. And then you spoke about the gap, which also we have noted. Our public reps have no power. Our public reps have no power. Councillors, even the mayor, they don't do allocation. Allocation list, it is developed by officials. And that's where we think corruption is happening. Because if councillors who must do an oversight and check on behalf of the communities can say, we don't know we have been allocated, but the officials from the department, they know who has been allocated. As to what criteria they've used, we don't know. I think it is a huge gap there between officials that has been voted in and officials that are dealing with administration. Because, for instance, the issue of 1996, the majority of people, like I indicated, are pensioners, and some are perishing before they receive those houses. But grandchildren are now having the C form to say, my grandmother has applied, and my grandmother applied in 1996. When we take that C form to the department officials, they say, your grandmother or your grandfather died with that application form after 25 years. Now, we raised that with the minister, with the MEC then, it was Paul Mashatile, was MEC of Housing in Gauteng, to say what is going to happen, because we have the challenges of children in our database who are child-headed families, and they've got the C forms and their parents have passed on. And when they approach your offices, officials are telling them that your parents died with that application form and they must just start over again after 25 years, which is not fair. The MEC in that Imbizo, he then said is going to waive, or is waiving that policy that says that when a person dies with his application form. But that thing has not changed, meaning that there is no communication between political position, because when political principals talk to the community, they decide there and there. And then people that must do implementation are the officials. And then They will tell us to say, no, those people were just electioneering. There is no such a thing. It's us that knows. It's us that have facts, technical facts to say this project is going to start when, or this project is not going to start. So now there is that gap, because if you check, I cited earlier on that we were promised 100,000 service site, and it's 4 years now. In 2024, we are going to provincial and national elections. And how do we account to our people? Because when we get this information from them, we report it to our community to say the government is going to build 100,000 service sites. The issue of housing is now sustainable, or it's not sustainable, it cannot be done. Now you are going to receive service site. As we speak, we don't even know which land area where those service sites are going to be built in Gauteng. It's 3 years, if not 4 years down the line. We have that thing on their statement or budget speech. We have it. Even the Premier saying 15,000 sites on 20 March, April, they will launch it with 15,000 sites, but that has not happened. So, general, our relationship with local, it depends on an area. Where we come from, yes, our councillors were coming to our meetings, even though they will say, no, this issue of housing, it is not within our jurisdiction.
May I ask, there are some of us who need a comfort break now. So let's take our tea adjournment, if I can call it that, and be back at 10 past 11. Is that fine? Thank you very much. We adjourned until 10 past 11.
Thank you, Commissioner. If maybe I can take you to your affidavit, or statement rather, opening statement, and I want to take you to paragraph 4. And this ties in with where you ended with your testimony before the short adjournment. And it really speaks to the effect of the disjuncture between what is promised and what is effectively delivered, and the tension between community and government. I'm going to go to the foot of that paragraph, and perhaps if I just start before the end, it states the following. The material conditions are conducive and favor for a popular revolution to take place in Soweto or South Africa because of high rate of youth who are unemployed. As the country, we are sitting on a time bomb due to the lack of hope on our youth. Can you expand on what you mean by a time bomb due to the lack of hope on our youth?
Thanks, Advocate, for that question. What do we mean? We wanted to paint a picture that is there on the ground in terms of our youth, which are in majority. I think all of us, we know, based on the statistics, that South Africa is a youthful country. And then the recent stats did indicate that about 30% of those people are unemployed, and they are young people. My colleague or comrade CD did indicate the issues of drugs. In every corner, every street, especially in the malls, you will see young people who are on drugs called nyaupe, something like that. And before 1994, we never had such challenges. Because as community, we used to govern ourselves. We used to have organs of people power, like your street committee, your civic organization that was responsible for the social challenges that is facing our people, and we were able to respond. My child used to be your child, and as communities, we used to share everything. Right now, your child is your child, your affairs is your affairs, and then I must not be bothered. Is also one of the things that I think we are losing that battle as part of community, because what makes community are those characteristics that we are used to, as especially people from Soweto. We used to protect each other. We used to share everything. No family will sleep on an empty stomach. But now, because of lack of resources, you only keep it for your family. And then whatever that happens in the next door, there is no longer that program, even though there is a campaign that other structures are coming up to resuscitate that Ubuntu of Molo Makilwan, to bring back that culture of caring for each other. When I say the conditions are conducive, when you invite young people, for instance, when you invite community to say there's a project, and a job, we call it is a job opportunity, but we call them a project because they've got specific time that it must start and is going to finish within that specific time. You invite members to say there is this project, maybe a paving, or there's a job opportunities, please come and submit your CVs. When you count number of CVs in one ward, a ward is an area demarcated for specific function administered by one council. Now, in that ward, you will find that you will reach 5,000 young people in a ward that are competing for 5 job opportunities. Which also on our side, we were saying we need to come up with strategy of how we can make this job accessible by making our process to be transparent. So when we say the material conditions are conducive for a popular revolution, meaning that if anyone or any structure or any dark forces out there can tap into those young people and give them a program, we will have a situation in South Africa that we will regret, because those young people are prepared to do anything in terms of surviving. I mean, they're young, they've got hopes, and they want to achieve, meaning that for them to participate in any criminal activity are very high. I'm saying this thing, the conditions are favorable because during the unrest, it was a shameful picture that we were subjected to. Young people as 5-year-old participating, carrying stolen stuff or looted stuff because they see their uncles, they see their mothers, they see their fathers participating on this thing. We have planted a seed in this country that we must address it, and we must address it in an aggressive way, collectively, using all institutions. Because when there's a looting, because this looting, it has become now a normal thing. In each and every corner in Soweto, there are shops, and those shops are owned, mostly owned by foreigners, Somalians or Pakistanis. And within our community, they take those spaza shops as not theirs. They take those people as not part of them. Now, you will hear that some tuck shop were looted, and to them is justifiable to them to say they are not South Africans. And this thing, it is happening every now in pockets, and then we'll come and intervene. But up to now, there is no program to address that program from the community level to say first, who are these people that are coming to open up business and maybe be introduced to our communities through the council, because we just see, you wake up, you are surrounded by tuck shop in each and every corner, and those people were not introduced to us. Now, there's a structure called Operation Dudula, which is also started in Soweto, and now it's becoming a national structure. The Operation Dudula, its main objective, not talking for Operation Dudula, but because when those meetings started, we are from Soweto, we were there. And then the purpose and the objectives of that structure and what it seeks to achieve, we were there. We were told to say our country is going, meaning that we are under siege as South Africans. You go to, when you check a business, hair salons, at first they used to be owned by our own sisters, but now foreigners have taken those jobs. You go to industries like steel, is now taken by foreigners. All panel beating businesses are now owned by foreigners. Vendors within the shops, especially at Barra Precinct, is owned by foreigners. And then that thing, as they were discussing, to say our country is under threat. Is under threat. How do you allow a situation, because the department or the government will announce to say they have more than 2 million undocumented foreigners in our country. And to us, as community of Soweto, please don't take me wrong to say anti-Africans. We are not. We have lived with Africans before 94. We have lived with Africans before, and we are still going to live with them. But we must also feel safe within our backyard. And the things that has triggered in Piri, there was an incident where a young boy was attempting to steal something and then was shot by a foreigner. And that shop was banned and all those things, and then it started to trigger to say foreigners must go. How can these foreigners allowed to be armed, whereas we as South Africans, we are not? And then who is supporting them with those arms? So there is a lot. Now, also on that one, I'm raising it because the issue of unrest, it can be triggered by anything. And then in all those looting, whether xenophobic, people who are participating in majority are young people. Even on unrest, if you check, it was young people. Those young people are ready to do anything at any time, at any level, if they are giving a mandate. Thank you.
Thanks, and I want to ride on your reference to what you're suggesting here, is that the issue of unrest can be triggered by anything. I want to go to paragraph 5 of your written statement. It says, the issue of social unrest threat has been there with us as people of Soweto for a long time, and little work has been done to address the imminent association with social unrest. Can you explore this further with us?
Thank you. Like I indicated on this paragraph, Advocate, we've been living in Soweto, and nothing has happened in Soweto that we want to know. And we always discuss about it, what happened, why our people are doing this thing. Because as leaders, when we give advice, it must be advice that is objective, informed by the information, so that we must not be seen as advocating for wrong things or promoting things that are not in the interest of the country. We, as leadership, meaning that you must guide your people, whether they did it unconsciously, but at the end of the day, we have the responsibility to say this cannot be done and is unjustifiable. When I say this issue has been there for a long time, when xenophobic, or I will say xenophobic because it was used as xenophobic, but the definition of xenophobic, it does not define or explain what is we see on the ground. That is why the concept Afrophobia, because we have wise people that have business in our area. We have other nations, your Chinese, your, we call them Portuguese, who have business in our areas. But when there's an attack, they choose a color, a black person, a black woman. So now, on that one, we are saying, when it started in 2008, it started like they were attacking the Pakistani. And then from other, we will hear you to say they are now in this area, they are now moving. And there was a meeting, the one that I've mentioned, to say the provincial government, at that time it was the MEC of corporate government, I forgot his name, and then the council or the mayor was Parkstown. They had a meeting where they convened meetings in different areas explaining to say this is not in our interest. But it was a reactive type of a meeting. And that program, it was not sustained because our people did raise consent, whether genuine, but there was no follow-up. And then subsequent to that, in 2011, there was also another xenophobic that started. And now this thing, it keeps on coming and going. Those guys will be moved to the police station for 2-3 days, and then they will have a cooling period after a week or two, and then we will see them again within our community. But there is nowhere in the community where a councillor or government and Home Affairs, because we are not even sure whether they are documented or not documented, but we'll always see police coming there, talking to them. We don't know what is it that they are checking. So when I'm saying that nothing it has been done to address this challenge, meaning that at the government's level, to say we have councillors because these people who are trading, who are having all this informal business are from your area. And the majority of them, they don't stay in town, they stay with us. Those foreigners, they stay in us, they are renting backyard rooms, they are renting space to erect their shack. So now it's easy to locate them and have an engagement so that our community must know to say who are these people and then how is this community benefiting from them. Because even within the community we are divided. There are those ones who are saying, no, my friend, they call them my friend. My friend, when I don't have money during the month, my friend is able to give me grocery until month end, and I pay him back, and then that relationship continues. But others, especially those who were owning spaza shop, they feel that people have taken bread from themselves because the way they are organized in how they run their business in a form of cooperative, you can't compete with them. That is also one thing that our people have raised it as a concern, those who are into business. Now, the government of Gauteng, they responded by saying they are now creating a legislation that says township economy must be reserved for township people. But even the participation on the ground, we just hear it, but there is no public consultation on that law to say we want to introduce this thing and then how it's going to benefit us going forward. So I'm saying we can see the challenges, but we are not doing anything to address or to come up with preventative measures. And advocate, I'm saying this is not going to be the last, this unrest. The more we continue without addressing the social challenges on the ground, we are sitting with a time bomb. And the first people to be attacked, it will be the leaders. It will be the leaders because our people feel that we have betrayed them. They have trusted us for many years with their mandate. Instead of representing their aspiration, we are representing our jacket. So we are at that stage. There's also a mistrust between us and the government because as leaders, when the government is talking policy, we must be able to explain that policy. But our people, they will tell you they did not vote for the policy. They voted for the service delivery. And that service delivery must happen now. These processes of application, investigation, assessment, if it's going to be done, they don't want to hear about those things. They want to say, when are you putting electricity? When are you giving us water? When are you giving this? The issue of job. When they campaign, the main topic is job creation. Job creation. But when the time comes, the jobs that are created by our government are not sustainable. They create 2 months, 1 week jobs, and then where's the hope? And now, something that now, which is also crippling us now, there is this law to say the requirements, 18 to 35. Post 35, it means you are not employable on the projects. It says that. Now we have the PYEs that the president has introduced. Yes, it's assisting young people, but we have those ones that are now missing the opportunity because of age, even though they are willing and prepared to work for that stipend. We have that situation, but because they are saying no, they want to address the youth unemployment, we understand, but they must also have a portion for those ones who are not who are outside that 18 to 35, especially women. I believe that women must not have restriction in terms of age because they are the most vulnerable sector in our society. Thank you.
Thanks. I think you raise an important point in really placing us in your position in relation to what ills are that exist and which of those really enforce the threats from lower level. I wonder then if we can move into the era of the unrest. I use the word loosely, but I want to know from your understanding, would you consider the events of July unrest?
You know, we are still grappling. We are still grappling with how to tame this thing, because others, they said it was this resurrection or coup, if I can put it that way. And then others, they said it was an social unrest. And then where we are seated, because this was a well-coordinated program. Well-coordinated program where one have experienced this. We knew that a mall is going to be attacked on the group. We knew. And then we then activated our comrades on the ground, because we have the VD coordinators, we have the block coordinators, we have street reps, and we also have a structure called the zone, which is constituted by 5 wards or 6. When we get there, community was surrounding the mall, Diepkloof Mall, and threatening to attack. And we then discuss amongst ourselves as leaders to say, what do? We are outnumbered. And then now for us to diffuse the situation, we need to speak to our community, even though the community was seeing us, because they know us, to say, here are the leaders, but they were focusing on the task, which is to loot. But we then informed the police. One van came. When we checked, they said police are outnumbered. They must go and respond at Barra. Barra was highly attacked. And then these policemen came, there were 2 of them. They tried to prevent. They fired warning shots in the sky. They fired again, but community was charging at them. This policeman fired, and then he then moved, was called, he then moved to the other side. As leaders, we were powerless, and that looting or that mall was attacked. Worst of all, post that, our community regretted, because now the impact was so huge.
And I'll get to the impact.
Oh.
Sorry, I was just getting us to both being on the same page, on whether you in your definition or understanding would consider it a social unrest. And I think you've done well to answer me. Thank you. That was very helpful. You mentioned slightly in your testimony that there was some collective effort. How did you first become aware that there would be an attack on malls specifically? How did the situation sort of brew? How did it begin? How did you have that intel, where we are told by SAPS that they didn't have that intel? How did you know?
There's no such. There's no such.
In response to the question, the unrest or the planning, not the planning actually, the about to happen event was in social media. I first learned it on WhatsApp to say they are coming for Middlelands. They are coming to do whatever in Middlelands. And we're like, no, they won't come here. It's far from where we think they would, and there's police.
It's far from where?
From the hostel, because that's what the communication was. The people from hostel are coming to...
Why would it come from the hostel? I want you to take me through the thought process. There's a communication that they're coming to Soweto, they're coming to the mall. Your understanding is they wouldn't come to the mall because they're from the hostel.
Yeah, the reason why we are saying that is because within the Middlelands hostel, there is a KFC, there's a garage. It wasn't touched. It's right there. Nothing happened to it. And the vans were moving, we are close to the hostel. The vans were moving from that location into the malls. And things were moved from there. So if vehicles can come from those kilometers to the mall, and they go back in, you know, and then people were like, okay, so it means Giathatwa, so let's go in as well and take. They didn't go in there for a long time. They went, people were conscientized that this is what is happening, and unfortunately for those owners of those shops, the minute the mob comes in, you know, the people that are staying closer to the area and flocking into the mall, there's nothing that anybody can do at that time. We were convinced that it is from the hostel, because the vans were coming out from the hostel and going back into the hostel.
What do you think the motive for the hostel was? Why would they start looting? To borrow your words.
I wouldn't know what was the motive on that one. I wouldn't know.
Sorry, I interjected your thought process where I said there's communication on WhatsApp. So how first did you come to know about the threat, the imminent threat that malls would be attacked, or there'd be an attack of this nature?
Remember when somebody puts something on WhatsApp to say there's vehicles coming from this area, by Phezulu, it means they're coming to your site, and that site is being attacked. So you also make your 1+1 to say if Bati baya Phezulu, it means they are coming, either they are coming here, but nah, I don't think they're coming here because there's police station. And then in the morning around 4, they say Middle Point has been vandalized. People are going in. We're like, okay, so it means, you know, they were coming from down there, going up there. And
Is
then
this
I'm going
communication still on WhatsApp?
No.
How is this communication being circulated?
Remember, in a WhatsApp, especially community WhatsApp, you've got different people from different areas. And within Middlelands, I'm talking about Middlelands, you've got all these people from different wards in Middlelands. And when one says, hey, amavena ayanyuka, you know, you ask ayanyuka, they're coming up. You're like, okay, I don't think they're talking to us. Somebody would respond, you know, to say, kwenzakalani, or what's happening? And then the mall has been vandalized. There's vans there. The people are breaking and doing whatever. And then they walk out again. And at that time when they walk, they have done, or they have caused whatever chaos that they have caused, and then they're moving out, and then the community would then go in. And most unfortunate part of it is that even though whoever that has caused this whole thing, they were the ones that were not injured at that time. The people that were left being injured or arrested at that when the looting was happening are the people that are secondary. They were not the first people. They are secondary because now the hype has been formed. And then you go in there, whoever that has started it has already taken whatever and moved out.
And my colleague will take us through the aftermath of the unrest. I still want to engage you a little longer on how the communication was transmitted throughout the community. And so the way I understand you're describing it is you have a number of unidentified persons would first attack the mall or a particular area, and then once that has happened, communication would spread in the groups that will basically galvanize a lot of other community members to come and further attack the malls. Am I correct?
You are correct. That's what you're saying.
Further to that, you nodded no to when I said that communications were happening via WhatsApp. Was it another stream of communication that could have come in?
We were relying on WhatsApp. I'm not sure about the other communication stream, but it was mainly on WhatsApp. It's cheaper for most of us.
That's an important consideration. Please explain.
It is cheaper. Remember, when you are on WhatsApp, you're just buying a 30-day access to interact on WhatsApp. So the whole month you'll be able to. So it's cheaper than when you go on Facebook. Facebook is a little bit upmarket kind of thing, where you can go on Facebook. We don't have data bundles to go on Facebook. So
That's
it's
important.
cheaper.
That's very
Now
important.
there's more, yeah, so it's even much more cheaper. So the communication will even move even faster. Because everybody who's got a phone and has downloaded the app would be able to spread the information if something happens. And we normally, you know, in our area, encourage the fact that if there is something that is not good, take a whistle and blow it, you know, and cause. But in this instance, it was on WhatsApp. Nobody took the whistle and said, there's something wrong. It caught us, you know, unaware. We were just not prepared that this could happen here. Most people took advantage of those unrest because they were hungry, they wanted those provision. But they didn't start it. They were secondary to this whole thing.
And I want to entertain this point further, but before that, I want to just finalize on communication. Was all this communication received on the day as it's happening, or you were forewarned a day or two ahead of the time?
Okay, the minute somebody puts something and say Bayanyuga, it means something's going to happen at that time. If you are always on your WhatsApp, you will see that there is something. Other people saw it after the math, after it has happened, maybe the following day, to say, oh, this has happened. And when you go back to those emails, you can see that, WhatsApps, you can see that, so this thing happened this time. Because if they could say this thing is happening, I'm a venayanyuga, at this time of the day, then you check, okay, it means that's when this whole thing happened. Because one would have seen it maybe couple 9 or couple 8.
But was this communication on the day of the incident?
Yes, it was.
It was on the day. It wasn't prior to that. You didn't have any other intel. It was on the day.
On the day
As
when
it was happening, communications was then spread via WhatsApp as a
Yes.
close stream to a WhatsApp group. And you would know when the vans are going up, when the mall was vandalized, and when community members were then asked to arrive. Was there ever a call for community members to go to the mall and continue vandalizing, or was it accepted?
Sorry, it was a shock, more especially to us as community leaders, because remember I said those people, those business people that are in those malls, they were relying on us, we were relying on them for assistance, whether it's help with their food parcel there to give this family. And when their shops are vandalized, and you only get to know that they were vandalized the following, maybe during the day. It was, Middle Point was vandalized in the morning around 3. We only found out around 8. And when you check, you're like, okay, it means this thing happened during this time. And there was nothing that we could do. And everybody else that was staying in that area, they were the ones that got an opportunity to take, because it's happening there, closer to them.
All right. So at this point, you've taken us through having received communication via WhatsApp. There is now an indication that the vans have left, and so community members are now crowding specific areas. You, prior in the testimony, I think you had indicated that there's an incident where you were present and could see community members around. Can you elaborate on that testimony and that evidence, just to put commissioners at the scene?
Yes, thanks, Advocate. We received information through our community groups, because we do have a WhatsApp groups for a particular area. Then we will know, okay, in this area what is happening, because, for instance, a ward is divided into VD or block. Then we know in this block, okay, who is staying there, and then if there's any issue that is happening within that block, is able to report to us. Now, we then receive, it was around 2, 3 in the afternoon, we receive a WhatsApp notification to say there's people gathering next to a Dr. Not Dr. Minga, but there's an open space there. People are gathering there, and then we then agreed to say, okay, it's fine. Can we all advance to that area so that we assess the situation? When we arrived there, obvious community could see that we have arrived, and then they were then started to talk amongst themselves. But they were facing the target, which was the mall. When we stayed there, and then we received the call to say, no, there's another group that is gathering on the other side. We then had to move. It's on the sports ground facing the Deep Blue Square. So we were there, and that police van was going up, checking the community that was facing the mall from this side, and then they left those ones. Those ones, as they were advancing that side, the security inside the mall were also firing live ammunition on air, trying to disperse, and then shouting to say they are coming from that side, because a mall, especially the square, it has 4 sides, meaning that people can come from the back, can come from this side or that side or in front. So one van, as I've explained, he shot 2, if not 3 shots in the air. And then after that, we saw one policeman in the car, was responding to a communication. He drove to Baragwanath precinct, and then there was now an attack. So on our side, as the community leaders, it was an issue of, do we have capacity to intervene? Because these people were hungry, number one. It was during, if not lockdown, because gatherings at that point in time, they were not allowed. That is why we were restricted to call meetings. During that, nobody called the meetings. The only thing that they did after 2 days, there was a mobilization amongst community groups to say, let us go and do the cleanup campaign. Even though I was not supporting the idea, on the basis that we cannot clean the mess before we speak to our people, because this can happen again. But then the community leaders participated on the cleaning campaign assisted by the city of Johannesburg. And then up to now, we have never had a meeting where we talk about what happened on that day.
And that's exactly where I want to take us back to. I want to go back to the scene where, as you've described, the community members, the police involvement. I just want us to get back to, at this point, what triggered community members to then flood the malls. And then after that, I want you, having answered that, to answer what you then saw after that. If I could just have those specific questions answered.
Thanks, Advocate. Commissioner, on that day, as we were standing there, the community of Deep Blue from different structures, we were discussing to say, what do we do? Because we did try, we do have communication with our local station. And we also have people that are responsible for community policing forum. We also have, they call them patrollers. They are under community safety patrollers. And then we asked to say, where are the patrollers so that they can reinforce the police, at least if we can have a line to defend this property. Because as leaders, we were concerned to say, post this, the very same people will come to us to say they don't have these services, they don't have these services. Now we wanted to prevent that. But because now the community was coming, the the build up of people that were standing, because they were communicating to say square is about to be attacked, and then there was fire. On the other side, it was a Pick and Pay, yes. There was fire there. And then while we are still standing, because we were about 200 meters from the mall, and then we were hearing this sound, Goo. It's like their force is a forced entry using, whether, I don't know, but still using to access, because the shops were closed at that point in time. The only people that were in the mall were the security guys. There was no shop that was open. And then they started attacking within 30 minutes. And then they were using the very same trolley to ferry whatever goods that they were taking from the square into their houses. And then, because we stayed there until late, and we saw same faces, people will go and drop and come back. And to us, we felt like we're powerless, and the state is not in control, because the JMPD, you will see them just moving around and not intervene.
I'm coming to that point.
Oh.
I just want to, I want us to get back to the events of the day.
Yes.
You had said that you felt powerless and you couldn't assist because people were hungry.
Yes.
What in that imagery of the events leads you to the conclusion that people were hungry? Can you explain that point?
Thanks. We indicated that unemployed is rife in Soweto. And then it's visible, it's naked. Poverty is you. When you walk in the street of Soweto, you will see a poverty. It's displayed all over. When I say we were powerless, and this was triggered by the poverty, the participants through the routing, it was not only adult, family members, because we know each other, a father or a mother, and the children carrying bags of milli-milli. They were participating as family in looting. It was not saying no, it was a brother or a mother. The majority of the people that we saw around, there's trees in that sports grounds. The other members of the family or children will stay in that tree, and then these ones will go and collect and bring them. They were like collecting, and then after that, once they've collected enough, they then moved as a family. So it was an ugly scene, because children as 7 years, if I can put it that way, were also involved in this ugly situation that was triggered by poverty, because it was clearly poverty that pushed our people to do this. Even though they knew, others, they felt ashamed, because we know each other as community. They felt ashamed to say, we are watching as leaders and they are doing this thing. But because we understand the situation, not justifying, we understand that during lockdown, myself and Comrade Sidi, we participated and it's COVID-19, yes, where they were asking us to say, because you are working with community, do distribution of milli-milli. Now, in some stages, we were to choose in one group, because the family in Soweto, if you get to the next door, the neighbor will know. Now we bring this milli-milli. After that, once you have dropped it, the member will say, why not me? What criteria have you used to identify that this one needs that milli-milli? I don't need them. I also have the family. I'm not at work, because everybody was, most jobs were closed due to COVID. So it was an ugly scene. It's something that also on our side, we are still blamed by other community to say we were biased, We did not give this one, we were giving our friends, and it was not easy because we had to prioritize, especially the pensioners, to say the pensioners, child-headed families, which is the criteria that we were using. And when we were doing that criteria, we were first doing the assessment. And then when we report, we say there is this family, is 4 of them, no one is working, and they depend on the social child support grant.
Yes.
So we were using that criteria. But even though, because everybody was not at work, so everybody was expecting food parcels from the leaders and from government.
Thank you, sir. I want to get back to the unrest and how well you've actually described the imagery and why you've led to the conclusion that humans are hungry, and therefore it really informs the reason why they would have gone into the malls and took food parcels in order to sustain themselves and for survival, effectively. What do you say to the comment that says, when we look at the cause, they effectively two effective participants? There's one in the way that you've addressed in your testimony that refers to the hostels activity, which effectively fire or fueled the fire. And second, the community's role, even though they're not the true cause, but they played an effect because of the reasons that you've advanced. Is that perhaps a closer to the truth analysis of what really happened, in your estimation?
Thanks. The issue of hostel, it is something that maybe because we are involved in housing and we know the conditions in which our people are subjected to. Hostels predominantly or historically were used to house migrant laborers. But now those hostels are now family units, if I can put it like that. They have been turned, in fact, families are now staying there, even though the infrastructure is not conducive for families to stay there. Now, we cannot solely blame hostel community, because, for instance, in Diepkloof, we have a hostel closer to Barra Precinct. We also received the information to say they are now advancing to Barra. And because we have community members that we work with, they said, please, can you get help from police? Which we did, but because as we know that they were outnumbered, that place was attacked 2 hours before we got the intel to say they are now mobilizing. They are advancing. The discussion is that we are going to Barra. We conscientize the authorities to say there is this situation and then please assist. But on that detail, while we are focusing on Barra, there was also an imminent trend to say now they're coming to Square. And then because police at that point in time, we were told that they are not now working as Diepkloof, they are working as Soweto cluster. They were roving around. Where there is a need, they were responding to that. That leaves other areas naked. I think we also address the issue of capacity in terms of number of police.
And that's where I want to go right now,
Yes.
if I may. I now want to consider SAP's role on the day, and I want to go straight into what you are about to give evidence on, and that is in relation to police presence on the day. In your estimation, was there police presence?
The police were present in all incidents, but the police were outnumbered, and then they felt powerless. The image on that day, it was a bad scene, looking at men in blue standing there while they witness a crime being committed in front of them. because they were there. It's not like they were not there. They were there, just standing there. I don't know if they got a call somewhere to say restrain, to not advance, to not do anything drastically to prevent the situation. But they were there, standing. They will park their van and then they will observe while community do all those sort of things. It's not like they were not there, but they were outnumbered.
And what does that do to a community when they see men in blue standing effectively hopeless in the guise of what is happening before them?
Yeah, to me, is as a leader, because police, they must do policing without fear or favor. When they see crime being committed, irrespective of the number, they must intervene. But we felt also powerless because they were there. They know us as leaders in our stations. They know. And then we were powerless. Both the leaders and the state were powerless because these things were happening in front of them. They were just standing there, watching while crime, I don't want to say is looting, because if you take anything from anyone without his consent, it's crime. So I'm saying these things because these are the things or the terms that justify anarchy in our society, because we give them a title that justify, like looting. You see, this looting, because it started with foreign shops, is now, or so-called foreign shops, is now coming to the state, because we gave them that justified term to say it's looting. And then meaning that it can be done and no one can be prosecuted. Yeah. So it's crime. I want to call it as crime, even though it was a crime informed by social challenges on the ground.
I want to go back to your statement. You so eloquently prescribe or describe the obligations of SAPS under 205 subsection 3 of the Constitution. But what interests me is what you say after quoting the section.
Yes.
As Soweto citizens, we were deprived of those services by the local police. As leaders, we were not surprised by their lack of proper and coordinated responses on that fateful day, because this is what our communities are subjected to daily when it comes to policing in our areas. Care to expand on that?
Thanks, Advocate. We all know that when you go and report any crime in the station, you must budget not less than 2 hours. That you must budget for you to be attended to, for you to write a statement, for you to wait for the vehicle that is attending another scene somewhere. You have to wait as a victim. Now, when I say we are not surprised, because with no unrest, just few pockets of crime that has been committed by our community, the response time is not satisfactory. And then this discourage our people not to go to the station and report a case. Because I can tell you, when one has to go to the police station, I'm saying you must budget for that time. And you'll be given a reason that there is no van. There's only one van that is servicing sector, whatever sector, because they have divided our areas into sectors. The van that is servicing this sector, it has responded to another call. So that is the challenge when we say lack of resources, Advocate and Commissioner, that is facing our community. Our communities is growing, and I did indicate that in Soweto, it has multiplied. It has multiplied. The population has grown, but the services has not grown in a way to be on the same level with the challenges on the ground. That station of Diepkloof is servicing many areas, servicing Diepkloof as a whole, is also servicing another part of Orlando, which is Power Park, is also servicing Mutsualedi, is another formal, let me say it's a formal informal settlement. So the resources are so limited. I'm saying this thing on record and factual because we once engaged with them, and then we were told that people that are the pillars in this station are the police reservist advocate, are the police reservist, meaning that are not the core in terms of people that are on payroll or under South African police services, but are the reservists. And those reservists, the morale is low. I mean, how do you volunteer taking a risk for your country for 5 years and you are not recognized? It's there. This commission must investigate as to, in a station, how many police that are on the system, how many reservists that are on that station. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to go back to the actual day and SAPS's involvement. In your estimation, and I know you may have made some reference to this, do you in your opinion think that SAPS fulfilled their obligation in ensuring that the area took control of the area, ensure that there was calm, and ensure that there was sufficient arrest and control on the day to protect civilians?
Thank you, Advocate. I don't think SAPS took control of the situation, and simple reason being they were outnumbered. It was maybe a ratio of 2 to 10. So they couldn't have taken control of that situation. However, we do not have only SAPS. We've got JMPD. There were also pockets of them. They were not that visible. We've got, they call it, where the soldiers are? Barracks, or whatever. Yeah, we've got that. We've got one in Diepkloof. We've got another one where, we've got soldiers. Those are the resources that were supposed to have been employed.
Are you saying that there were no soldiers that were deployed on the day?
They went.
In our era, we did not see them.
They only came 2-3 days after.
Post.
When it was quiet, yeah. When it was a little bit quiet.
Did you witness, or was there any use of any private security companies at the time?
By the
Mall.
by the malls.
In the mall, there are
Yes,
private
private
security.
And they, what extent of their service was utilized on the day, if at all? And could they provide any assistance?
Yeah, like I indicated in my statement to say when the first van from the police station responded, at that point the mall was not operating, but there were security guards. But when I counted the security guards, there were not more than five securing the whole complex, and the 2 police that responded, which also, because like I indicated earlier to say they were responding to all sides, this van outside, the security were inside, the police were outside. And then as they were moving around, then people started to advance. Within 30 minutes, because we waited, then the policemen responded into a call, and then they then drove down to Parakwanat, using the Imink Drive. So yes, security or private security were utilized by the businesses around our areas.
Besides your organization, and so besides Bahlali Baduli Soweto Housing Committee, was there any other community forum that was there to try assist Could there have been?
Yeah, I think in our community we have different structures, from political to civic. The one that was there on that day, it was SANCO. The leadership of SANCO is SANCO stands South African National Civic Organization. They were there, but also they did not do anything to prevent. But when it comes to the cleaning campaign, they were in the forefront, mobilizing communities to say, let's go and clean, this is our facility. We need to restore these services because it's us that are going to be affected.
I agree. On the day, I mean, we've heard some testimony or some evidence to insinuate that the taxi association actually played a positive role. Do you have any experience of that for your area?
In our area, you know Barra?
Yes,
Barra.
close to the taxi rank.
So yeah, it's close and it's the biggest taxi rank.
Yes.
There was no formal communication because Barra was highly affected. Barra was highly affected. Post the looting, it was like a dead town or what, a ghost town, if I can put it that way. And every day, taxi drivers are there. Every day they are there. Whether raining or not raining, they are always there. Including the Diplov Square, closer to it, there's a rank. So there was no intervention from the taxi association, if I can put it that way. So maybe in other areas, because
There may have been.
it depends on area, but in our situation in Soweto, we did not have that cooperation amongst different stakeholders to prevent.
That's important. That's an important consideration. I want to now move on to the impact of the unrest, the devastating impact it has, and a lot of focus is on infrastructure. But maybe you can tell the Commission about its impact on small economies in Soweto. The women and children, the women selling produce, products, food on the side of the road. How has this, if at all, impacted them?
Thank you very much, Advocate. In terms of I'm going to talk about Middlelands. We don't have quite a lot of people that are selling outside. However, after the unrest, there were pockets of those street vendors that were selling. The people that were working at the malls, they were also highly impacted because they were not working at all up until the mall got fixed and then they started working. That was 4 to 5 months before they can start working. The economy did suffer a lot because with our spaza shops that are there, they can't supply everything that we needed. The ATMs were vandalized, so there was quite a lot of challenges in terms of going and getting money and being able to buy. Because most of our people don't believe in swiping the card, they believe in taking the money and going and buying. We still are feeling that even today because most of those shops that used to be in those malls, they decided to close totally. And remember, the revenue that the mall is generating to the community also went down because of the shops no longer were working. So it was quite a stretch on our side as community in general, pertaining to we have to now take a taxi and go to towns or suburbs outside of Soweto to try and go and buy whatever provision that you need to buy. And imagine the whole of Soweto flocking to, let's say, Westgate or Southgate during the COVID lockdown. It wasn't good, and financially it was bad.
Earlier on in the testimony, we spoke about stakeholders, your involvement, churches, etc., the feeding scheme. Has any of this had an impact? Are there still these safe havens? Are there still these stakeholders that we can use in the community? What has the impact on those been?
We are still utilizing the services of the churches. We are still utilizing the services of those businesses. However, they are still trying to build as well. Remember, some of those shops, they are not insured, so it becomes difficult for them to now start saying, we will contribute this towards whatever community program that we are working on. Schools were not vandalized. Hospitals were not vandalized, even though there was an attempt, as we've heard, that they wanted to also vandalize the clinics. However, they were in Middlelands, and I believe in other areas, they were not vandalized. And we are still close to those institutions and trying to work hand in hand with them. But I hope this whole unrest thing that has happened has actually opened the eyes of many, because communities are now starting to organize themselves in terms of reinforcing the patrollers, the block street committees, to ensure that what has happened doesn't happen again. Yes, there would be those challenges where you get new projects that are coming in that wants to destabilize as well, which we also need to try and get more information, based on what is the idea behind that. Because once you destabilize one nation against the other, you are going to again cause an uproar that we don't want to see ourselves facing.
Thank you so much. Finally, before I hand over to my colleagues, what does justice look like for Bahlali Badule Soweto?
Yeah, the word justice, ubulungiswa. In general, if one may say, we feel that justice is not accessible. And then justice has not been done to the people of Soweto. Because when we say justice, I can't make many examples. For instance, in our case, we feel justice was not done in terms of protecting us during the unrest. The state did not execute its responsibility of protecting its citizens and property, because at that point in time, we were relying on state to protect us and protect the citizens, because if such things can happen to the property, whether private or public, it means also citizens are not safe, or we don't feel safe. When it comes to justice on other areas, even now, maybe I will understand that because we were on hard lockdown. There has not been any gatherings were convened by the state or government, including the station, because stations are key when it comes to community safety. We have not held those meetings where we talk about those things. How best can we improve the relationship? Because if really we were doing what is expected of us as the community through the Community Policing Forum, this could have been prevented. And this could have been prevented in two ways. the CPF, it is constituted, or it's supposed to work with different stakeholders within that community. Your churches, your youth formations, your liquor traders, business community. We on political community, because at that time everybody was under attack. We were supposed to have broken the law in terms of gatherings, because gatherings were not allowed. But the situation dictated that we must put that disaster management aside and face the situation. But as leaders, we were incapacitated because we could not even convene a meeting. Even after that incident, there was no meeting that was convened so that we check with our people. Because where we are seated, we think that this was driven by criminality more than anything. Because our people have starved and are still starving even now. So if we are going to justify to say it's poverty, our people are still on poverty, meaning that even today they can wake up and address and do that looting. So it's not that. Our people are resilient, our people are disciplined, and our people are prepared to wait until. So I don't want to say poverty played, yes, it was key, because the conditions dictated to say you need to survive. Here's an opportunity. At that point in time, it was an opportunity for our people. But I would like to say that something must be done, like I indicated, to say within those institutions, and it has not been done, where we call imbizo within our community, where we have communication structures. Because intelligence, for instance, you will never find intelligence sitting in the office, but you can only know what is happening in that community if you work with community. Because this information that we have just shared to say what is going to happen, these are the people, it's not coming from heaven. Our people were sending this thing to say, this is what is about to happen. And sending to our group, they know that in those groups there's leadership. Maybe they might prevent, and they might inform other authorities so that this situation can be avoided. But we tried, but we are now talking about after effects, and this must be condoned, and this must not repeat again in our country.
Can I add?
She wants to add.
Yeah. I would say if the question was justice done, I would say justice was not done. I believe justice becomes done when one feels the act after a bad thing that has happened. Now you find peace and closure and you feel safe. Then you would say justice has been done. I don't think it has been done. Yes, some of the people that own shops, they were paid through their insurances and so on. There are those that still haven't been paid. That's why their shops are closed currently, because they were not insured, or maybe they were not legal. I don't know. We still have people that didn't get their money for a period of time, of which some of their financial obligations suffered, and they're still suffering now. Because remember, when you are not paying your debt, or you are servicing your debt now for a month, you are 1 month behind. Imagine having lost 5 months without getting money. It's 5 months of being behind with your debt, and your things might even be repossessed. So justice has not been done. And we cannot sugarcoat it, because we still don't have answers as to what actually happened, who actually orchestrated that whole thing that happened. And we are not even sure if it will never happen again, because we haven't found, who did that. And the minute, even a genuine struggle that would come up, we will always say, what if it's part of, causing of the unrest? So we have been done by both our government, our leaders, because I consider ourselves being leaders, we are also being done because most of the time people need answers and we can't provide those answers. The very same experience that they have experienced, that our communities have experienced, it's 2 times more than what we have experienced because our hands were tied at that time. Having to hear that this is happening, somebody has died because there was a stampede in Dofaya Mall and a child died and all that. So justice has not been done. Up until we get closure and solution as to how we can prevent that from happening again, then we would say justice has been served or it has been done. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I'll hand over to my colleague.
Yes, may I ask, there's a request from me for another comfort break of 5 minutes, please. And then we get back in 5 minutes, 25 to. Thank you. We stand down for 5 minutes. Not sure who is next, but please, the evidence team can go ahead. Just before we do that, as the South African Human Rights Commission is embedded in the communities and very much connected with the South African community, and as has become custom, we do want to take notice with sadness of the death of the popular artist and singer Ricardo Ricky Rick Makadu, who passed on yesterday, and express our deepest condolences to his family, his fans, and the South African community at large. Thank you very much. Please continue.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think let's swivel back to discussing the impact of the July unrest. Metsidi, based on earlier testimony that you gave, I'd like to discuss with you the impact of business in the township economy. So the next few questions will be directed at you. Please tell the Commission, in your own words, what is the role that business plays in the township economy, and particularly what kind of benefits or advantages business brings into the community.
Okay, thank you very much, Advocate. Business in our township plays a very major role, one being accessibility to work, because business employs within our communities. Even though there's still a high rate of unemployment, but one is able to put food in the table because of the business that is around. Number two, accessibility to provision, service, food, which lessens the amount of money one spends in going far from the area where there is, whether it's a Pick and Pay or a Checkers, but a retail store that you are able to buy your monthly provision for your household. The other key thing that business does, especially with when we've got death in our area, we go to those businesses and ask for donations towards a family that is experiencing a bereavement and they are unable to bury their loved one. They normally assist us. They also played a key role at the time when we were on level 5 in terms of COVID, where they also shared food parcels that we can distribute to our communities.
Thank you, Ma'am. Thank you, Metsi. I think we can build on from your comprehensive answer. So having established for the panel that business brings into the community basic necessities, it saves you on transport costs that you would incur into moving into suburban or external areas in order to acquire products. You've also informed the panel that it provides employment opportunities to the community. Now, with you having identified the advantages that business brings into the community, please inform us about how an unrest or an extensive period of disruption in the community impacts on the things that business develops or brings positively into the community. So what is the impact of an unrest like the July unrest on the employment opportunities and the ability of community members to access provision?
Most of the people that are working in the location, employed by the businesses that are there, they don't earn quite a lot of money from my own experience or from what we are hearing, they are saying they're not earning like a person that is working in big suburbs like Sandton and all these other ones. When an unrest happens, that would be that loss of income in that family household. And again, some of the spaza shops, some of them, they buying from the very same retail shops. You know, they buy their bread from those retail shops. And if there is that unrest, then it means provision of bread or whatever, it's going to be minimal. And the economy in that location where the unrest is going to go down, because there won't be any activity where money now circulates, because there won't be any money. It also escalates criminality or criminal activity, whereby now you end up having this, let's say, a vandalized mall being used for bad things, you know, where you find people taking advantage of this open space that is not utilized fruitfully to do bad things, or, you know, increasing criminal acts. So crime will go up. So that is my submission.
Metsiri, earlier on in your evidence, you mentioned, big retail centers. So you spoke about malls, and you spoke about ShopRite, and you spoke about Mr. Price. And you also said that there is a perception within the township that big shops are owned by people who live outside of the community. So businesses, in fact, you said businesses. There's a perception that businesses are owned by people who live outside of the community, or they're owned by white people, or they're owned by other people. My question to you is this perception an accurate one? Is it actually something based on fact?
It is not based on fact, because we know some of the people that has got franchise in those retail that are black brothers and sisters that are staying in Middlelands or in the local area. Yes, there is that percentage of owners that are not from the area. They are coming from outside. However, the perception is still there, because, you know, from way back, we knew that OKs and Checkers and Pick n Pays are white people's business. The perception is still there. However, we are trying, and the business, I believe they are also trying, by them helping us as community leaders to help our communities to try and break that stigma, to say we are the owners, you know, black as I am, woman as I am the owner of that shop, and I can hear when you say you need whatever and be able to provide, because I'm from the same history that you are coming from.
Based on your response to my question, now that you've established that in fact there are black people in townships who own small, medium, and large businesses, there are women who sell fat cooks, there are people who own Pick n Pays in townships. You've also informed the panel that you believe that perception isn't necessarily an accurate one. My question to you is, if large members of the community live under a perception that ownership is white, or that ownership belongs to people who live outside of the community, during periods of unrest, during periods where people are entering commercial centers and taking goods from that, thanks, Metsiri. So during periods of unrest, what role does that perception play in the mind of people who are going into the shopping centers? If you labor under the perception that it is owned by someone outside.
the law to perception is that it's not easy to face it out when one has already conceived that this shop belongs to somebody outside of the area. It is very much challenging to get the buy-in of a bigger area to say, you know what, these shops belongs to us, and when it's unrest, let's keep away from it. Remember, these people, when they go and loot, when community go and loot, they don't think about who owns this shop. What they think about is, what can I get out of this in order to feed my family? So perception and who owns what, it's no longer in existence. It goes away. One looks at, now I need to survive. Now I need to take and go and survive. So I think the role of community leaders is very key in terms of trying to educate, trying to show that business as well as us as individuals, we need each other at the end of the day. They are able to provide the goods for us, we are buying to them because, you know, economy needs to move. However, they are also surviving. This is their employment. This is their way of getting their families to be maintained. So we need to know that both of us, we need each other. It's going to take long because some of us are coming from those eras where you see, okay, checkers, Target, you know, we don't buy, and all those things. And that's why I'm saying the role of leaders in a community, be it councillors, be it community leaders, churches and all that, is to ensure that we break down that stigma, we break down that perception that is there in the air to say they are business and we not. Because we need to coexist, we need each other equally so.
Yes, and a negative impact on one necessarily spills out over the other. That's been your evidence thus far. In your capacity then as a leader, what have been your efforts at rebuilding your community following the detrimental impact of the July unrest? What initiatives or steps have you taken?
Remember, we have been, our activism has been cut low due to the COVID and the restrictions thereof. It's now that we are starting to call meetings, consciously so, looking at ensuring that we don't infringe upon the COVID regulation. What we have tried to do is to talk to our councillors. I did mention that we did speak to our councillors to ensure when there is a project coming, it needs to be given to the community. In that way, we are not going to sideline other people. You know, everybody needs to get an equal opportunity. If you didn't get this project or work opportunity on this particular project, the other project that is coming, you will also get. You know, not recycling same people getting the same project. That on its own, it creates more people to being hostile to both their leaders within the community and also to being hostile to any new project that is coming in, because they would always be viewed as you know. So we're trying to engage our leaders because we know that through them, more information will spread to the whole community because it is their constituency. And us as leaders not neglecting the fact that because we're not aligned to any political party, being able to get as many people as well and build on what we have lost during those unrests.
Matsiri, Ntate Makhubele in his evidence spoke about his viewpoint around, you know, operations to clean up the community afterwards. So in the aftermath of the July unrest, people woke up and, you know, began attempts at cleaning up the destruction. Yes. Please give the his concern, as expressed to the commission, is that after an unrest, cleaning up automatically in the absence of a discussion is almost as if you are condoning what has occurred. In his words, he indicated that it's almost as if you're encouraging a repetition of that. You know, there's a destruction and then people come and clean up. Please give the commission your viewpoint on those attempts by the community, whether they were positive and necessary, or whether they also have a potential of actually condoning, the negative aspects of what was experienced.
Sorry. Earlier on, as I recall, I said we work with business. We worked with those owners of those shops within the malls that were vandalized, because they helped us. We also helped them by going and buying. It was Ubuntu on our side to say, because we failed to protect, our malls, this is how we can pay back. Coming into the mall and trying to clean up, that is one. Number two is to try and speed up the fact that the mall is closed, so that the mall can now start operating and people can go back and work. Because most of the people that are working in those malls are our brothers and sisters. Some of them, we took their CVs when these malls were starting to say, apply, and now the mall is closed. So for me, it isn't about condoning, to say when we clean up, somebody will come again and mess up. It isn't about that. It is about, showing our remorse, showing our support to the business, and to say to the community, this is our business. We need to take ownership. Yes, we might not have been primary in terms of this thing happening, because we acted on what we have seen been happening and then we joined in. But we need to take care of our things, because at the end of the day, our brothers and sisters are now without jobs. Maybe the very same person that was working in that mall was the sole breadwinner in the household. So for me, it was giving back, like the business also gave back to the community, and also conscientizing the whole community to say, let's take ownership, let's build, and let's make sure that we don't destroy it again. And this thing, it should never happen on our watch as community members.
Thank you, Metsidi. I was initially minded to ask you some questions about the operation concerning the reclaiming of goods. However, the statement you provided to us addresses that thoroughly at paragraph 14. So I have one question for you under this issue. In paragraph 14 of the statement, as well as paragraph 10, it deals with the fact that in the days following the July unrest, there was no delivery of food and necessities into your township, but that these deliveries continued in urban areas, and you particularly cite Sandton there. My question relates to an issue of spatial justice and the role of police in different communities. Thinking specifically around Operation Kipi Receipt and attempts to reclaim this goods, let's use that word, do you think that this operation would have been rolled out in suburban areas? Would it have been rolled out in Rosebank, Killarney, Sandton, which were not,
Those areas are lucky, because that experience that we went through, they won't experience it. Simple reason being that where high poverty rates are experienced, that's where such happens. It's like knowing fully that this child needs this water, and instead of giving this child water, you put it there and you walk out, and the child definitely is going to come and take a sip, and coming back, you're finding that this bottle was open and this child might have taken a sleep, you open it up and spill it. That is what this operation has done. And I'm not saying that stealing should be justified, but there are ways of dealing with issues in a manner that befits that issue. And that operation didn't do justice at all, because it actually created more anger out of people, more frustration out of the people, more especially where our own government knows the statistics of unemployment and knows the dynamics of the communities where they took this water and put it and spilled it, while they know that this poor community needs, this is their livelihood. We know that yes, some of the shops, they had been insured and their groceries that were stolen were given back to them. So what justice was there on this operation where food was reclaimed? And again, who after buying groceries keeps asleep? Really, you go buy, after the guard has just signed that thing, you just throw it away. So for me, it was like people were venting out anger out of the misfortune of the poorest in our society.
Thank you. My final question is directed to both you, Lintate Makubele. You are both in attendance here before the South African Human Rights Commission, and you've explained the important work that your community does and what you've witnessed. My final question to you is, what kind of interventions or recommendations, would you propose to the Commission in its preparation of this and finalization of its important work? So what is the message that you would like to share with the panel in light of the work that you do and how you've been impacted by the July unrest?
Yeah, thank you, Advocate. We tried as the leadership to propose or recommend something to the Commission, because in South Africa, in general, we have a history where we will have these commissions in response on challenges or concern from the community. Excuse me. But after the commission's recommendations will be there, but when it comes to implementation or monitoring if those recommendations are done, it is not happening. We had your Marikana Commission, we have all these commissions. And as communities, we are watching them, hoping that something will change, because commissions are done for a purpose of addressing the challenges and preventing it from happening in future. And we hope that this commission is not going to be just a commission for just completing the assignment as per their mandate, but it will be a commission that will genuinely focus on the issues that the communities have raised. In our opening statement, we emphasize on the gap between authorities or government, or yes, our government and the community. That gap must be closed. And also the issue of mistrust between leadership at the government level and our communities. We also raised an issue of authorities in the form of police to say what is the role within our communities, because now the structure called Community Policing Forum, it's supposed to be closing that gap, but is that structure discharging its responsibility in terms of closing that gap? Right now, we were just, Comrade Sidi was just citing one thing to say, there's people that feel they are untouchable within our community, especially the drug dealers, which are known. And our community knows those people, but police are not doing anything to confront and address those issues. Now, it then brings the lack of confidence and trust amongst authorities, even though people, they know that who's doing what, but because they don't trust this person to correct that, they will not share that information, but they might share that information with the leaders. So on that one, I will recommend that there must be engagement at the local level to address challenges, especially social challenges. Our community need that. They need to see this government that is ours honoring the weight called caring government. We want to see it, we want to feel it.
When we say that on Khopotsa batho pele, some of these things, they are being said in paper. Practicality, it's not there. I would like to see most of the things that we've said being implemented. I would also like to see the gap. As Millions Community Forum, we are trying to close that gap where we've got ward councillors taking instructions, implementing without consulting the community. I would like to see different forums within the country coming together and working together for the sole purpose of uplifting our community. And it would give us, all of us, I think all of us that are working with communities on ground level, we are being driven by seeing progress being achieved of good things to our community happening. It would give me comfort as well to see that the justice that we normally talk about is happening. It's not been talked about, but it is really happening, and it doesn't take long. Because if justice takes long, it still leaves the people feeling unsafe and feeling, agitated by small things that can be easily controlled. So we would really ask this commission to push further in ensuring that whatever submissions that we have made, because they are coming from informed experiences that we are living, be taken into consideration, because we know we have spoken to quite a lot of officials and none of whatever that we have given to them, genuinely so, they have never been done practically. They were just taken as ticking the box. They were just ticking the box. We just hope this exercise is not ticking the box, because our future, our children's future, our country's growth and dignity lies on the work that this commission would be doing. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. That's the conclusion of my questions. I'll hand over to Advocate Lotz.
Advocate Lotz.
Thank you, Chair, panel members, and good afternoon to the both of you. I'm going to be very brief because I think you've taken the thunder from my question in your answer. I had wanted to really just focus a little bit on CPFs, but I think I'm covered partly. And before I do that, I do want to also appreciate the answer that both of you gave now in relation to the question from my learned colleague, and also just indicate to you that you are welcomed to supplement the information that you've given to us, because I think it's also quite critical that we really capture those recommendations and what you think that it is that we need to take into account, especially in light of the answer that you gave at the end. Maybe then, as I've said, you've partly answered me. The minister was here, Minister of Police was here on Monday, and in his testimony, he was highlighting the fact that South Africa's population is growing. The number of police has not really grown to a level that is satisfactory in as far as dealing with the challenges in South Africa from a crime prevention and otherwise perspective. He also went as far as saying, even if we had half the population of South Africa being members of the police service or involved in law enforcement, etc., he was still saying that we may not be able to deal with adequately with all the challenges and eradicate them. And then he was noting also some of the challenges within CPFs, as you've indicated as well. Now, perhaps for us, what will be important, especially hearing from you, and of course you can supplement this later as well if you must, what do you think needs to be done at a practical level? Because I mean, we can theorize about this. He spoke about the strategy, he spoke about some of the good things that he's doing in as far as looking forward, in as far as the budget and all of that. That's all well and good, but what is it from you, from your experience and from what your committee members have been saying perhaps needs to be done? And like I'm saying, I'm qualifying it by saying, if you do not have all the answers now and you need to go back to your members, please do so and give us that information, because I think it will be most useful, specifically with regards to community policing forums, because I think time and time again in this hearing we've been hearing about the challenges of CPFs. So please assist us. You may answer and say as much as you can say now, but I'm also welcoming you to make a supplementary submission if you must with regards to that as well. Thank you.
Okay, yes, we will do submissions, but on a lighter note, I would like to say, even if we can have expertise on any subject, if you do not have pride, if you are not dedicated, if you are not having the willingness to carry yourself and the work that you have been given responsibility to do, there is nothing that we as a country are going to achieve. It takes a very self-disciplined person, even if they are in the midst of frustration and anger, to grow or to go out of that situation, as long as they've got a plan, and a very good plan that they're able to execute for the betterment of their country, because they love the people. I'm saying the people, all colors, all race, all creed. They love to see the country growing. So we need, as South Africans, to take pride in the things that we have. Nothing happens by mistake. Things do happen because people want them to happen, but we need to ensure that we have our hearts at the right place at all times in order to see the fruits of our labor and get whatever that we need out of any situation that we may find ourselves in. We are South Africans, and we need to know that Ubuntu should be our eminent thing. Then we can be able to grow as a nation. So if you are given a responsibility, execute it with pride, dignity, willingness, and ensure that you get the best result out of whatever situation that you may find yourself in. Thanks.
Thanks. My comrade has covered some of the things that I wanted to also say. But I'll always make reference to the previous resolutions that were taken by then minister, which are not implemented. Because those resolutions were suggestions or solutions from the community. And the minister took those resolutions and he assured us that he will implement those resolutions. One of those resolutions was how to recruit the police or policemen and women. Because we don't know the majority of those people that are in our stations. And then as community, we some not approve some of the policy that are servicing us because of their integrity of their conduct and stuff like that. Now the minister then proposed something to say the people that must service that particular community must come from that community. Because it's easy to know the culprits within that community. And it's easy for you to service that community with your heart because you are from that community. The issue of bribery, suspected bribery, disservice from that community, it won't be there. But those recommendations were agreed upon, but up to now they were not presented. When there's change of, especially leadership in the station or station commander, community is not involved. We just hear this person being introduced through the CPF as to where is this person coming from, why has been moved to our area. Those things are not shared with us. And you ask us what other things that can strengthen or improve the relationship or strengthen the CPF. CPF is a very strategic structure within community. If it is utilized effectively, the issues of numbers, as explained by the minister, when you were telling us that the minister says population is growing, but the police number is not growing. Even if we can have half of the population being police, we are not going to address the challenges. We don't speak quantitative approach when we are dealing with issues of safety. We want the minister to effect the community involvement when it comes to issues of police. Before 94, our communities used to police themselves without any government because we declared that we are not going to respect this government because it was not elected by us. But in each and every area, our community used to govern themselves on issues of safety, on issues of health, on issues of education. So we were having those structures who were responsible on issues that had to do with affairs, family issues, if they've got a family feud. We used to know on Thursday or on Friday, there's a committee that oversees those things. And those committees were empowered by us because they were from the community and they were respected by this community. Even the crime in our community, it was not there. Because if anyone steals from us or attacked anyone, then the whole community will be against that particular person. So we are saying, let's go back to the things that has worked for us. Community involvement, community involvement, community involvement. For instance, issues of street committees. Street committees are not directly linked to the stations, but within our ward, we know that we have 300 streets. Then the CPF must be able to know who is representing the community in that street when it comes to issues of policing or safety. Then it is easy. When there's a concern from the community, it's easy to speak to this person to say, there was a break-in in my area, in my street or in my house, and then I reported this matter to the police, and then nothing was done. So that there is a liaison, official liaison between the station and the community on the ground. But you report a case today that there's a break-in or there was a break-in. Police will ask you, who do you suspect? I'm not trained to investigate. Now, if you don't have anyone that we are suspecting, that case they say is cold, you are not, you are not going to be assisted. They even ask you to have an insurance. Does it mean that because I don't have an insurance, my case won't be attended accordingly? So it is discouraging how police, especially on the front desk, how they respond, because that is key. They represent that station. So the front desk must be able to bring comfort, to bring assurity that your matter will be attended and speedily. That is my issue. But if we can have community involvement in everything, also on this one, I think we will have a brighter future, as outlined earlier by Comrade Sidi, to say integrity goes a long way. Ethics of members who are serving the community. It must be emphasized that ethical behavior amongst authority, especially police. We don't want to see authorities behaving like they're in a shibin. Because a state must be a state must be respected by everybody. Because without a state, the very same community are vulnerable. So we want to say CPF was found wanting during the unrest. Because CPF is the first line of defense, it should have been a structure that is able to pick things before they happened at the community level and come up with preventative measure using the state resources. I thank you.
No, thank you very much for that. To the panel, I'm adequately covered. I've got nothing further to ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate Lotz. I see it is now 25 past, but let's conclude. So, Commissioner Ntuli, and then Commissioner Nasa.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I won't be long. I just have one follow-up question emanating from the last question that was asked by Advocate Lotz, and it particularly relates to your response on community involvement as a requirement for us to turn things around. I did want to ask you whether, having taken everything that you have presented here today, if you've got any realistic hope that things are going to change. So you've begun to answer that by pointing to a few issues and emphasizing this notion of community involvement. So I want to probe further. You are right to say that previously we did have a culture of community involvement, and I want to focus on this issue of culture. Culture is a thing that we can speak to reality. We act it gradually into reality, and it involves a number of factors. More than anything, it's a psychological disposition. I'm saying this to say, in light of the communities that you are representing, when you speak about community involvement, you can't speak about it outside of the material conditions that affect the psychological disposition of the community. Poverty, unemployment, drugs, landlessness. Together, all of these factors are create a concoction that leads to a disconnect between the individual and the community, the individual and the environment. So, for example, you'll see a practical example. You'll walk down, you represent Soweto, a street in Soweto, you'll see a young child, 9 years, 10 years old, eating a packet of amakip and then throwing the packet on the street. That's a psychological disposition and condition. It's not because there are no bins, because usually people say it's because there are no bins in the township. And that's not true. It's because there is a psychological disconnect between the individual and the environment. And we can't think to the idea or the notion of community involvement without taking such factors into consideration. I'm saying this as a means to preface again the question that I wanted to ask, following your own response about community involvement. When you look at the reality of the situation that communities are facing, and all of the myriad of issues that are being faced, particularly drugs and youth unemployment and its effects, do you have that things are going to change? You've spoken about integrity and ethics. Those are theoretical concepts that we have been speaking about for decades, that this is what we need, Batopele principles. But there's a huge difference between theory and practice and reality. So I'm going to ask you again, do you have hope that things are going to change for the better?
Thanks, Commissioner. You touch on a number of areas that contribute to a behavior of any human being, which is an environment. And that environment contributes to a lot of social aspects like the culture that or any person will respond to. The issue of moral fiber within our community, as we have explained, it is deteriorating. There is no longer this concept called Ubuntu. Because when we talk of Ubuntu, we expect a lot in terms of how you behave, on how you conduct yourself, on how you relate with others, on how you relate with the environment, on how you relate with your physical structure and yourself as a person. It involves a lot of aspects when we call Ubuntu, meaning that you must feel for other person. When we say community involvement, and you also ask us to say, do we have any hope that things will be better, or do we have hope that things will change for better? There's a lot of aspects. In our opening presentation, we started by painting the settings in terms of the dwellings which contribute to how people behave. Because if in one room house, and you find more than 5 family members, parents, their children, and those children are now having their children, and you expect those people to have a normal family life. It is impossible because conditions does not allow, material conditions, as we have explained, does not allow them to behave in a manner that is humane, that is ubuntu, because we believe as Africans that at some stage you need to have your own piece of land, and we believe that you have to have certain responsibilities, but things have changed, as you have said, that the socio-economic challenges dictates how a person will respond. And then currently there is a lot of social challenges that are facing our community, which contributes to how they respond to the challenges that are facing them. The issues of drug effects in our community, because what causes our young people to engage into drugs? Some, they use drugs because as an escape way on the challenges that are facing at home, because the challenges that you see in the society does not start in the society, they start within the family, but they manifest themselves out there within the society. You find learners at the school level doing wrong things that even parents are shocked. That's where in those institutions they manifest themselves, or that's where they are exposed, but they start somewhere. We then said, in part of our contribution, to say, if we can arrange it within the family structure, because we know that most families are broken. Most families are broken, and those things have rippled effects on how community must relate to each other, because the anger that they display outside, it started somewhere. So it's a pull of things, as you have said, that the concoction, there is no exact answer to these challenges. But as leaders, we are saying we are not going to lose hope on our communities. We are not going to run away from the challenges that is facing our communities. Maybe there's a reason why we are here. They say it's a calling, and that calling comes with huge responsibility. That is why we said we will work with our community, with our people, to a brighter future. And then that brighter future does not need hypocrites or leaders who behave as leaders, but through their deeds they do the wrong things. Because now that is one thing that our community are complaining, the trust between the leaders and the community is no longer there. So we are forging that, and then we are leading them in a correct direction. But we can only succeed if government and the state as authorities come on board, because whatever challenges that our people are facing, some need the state intervention to address those issues. I thank you, Commissioner.
I would like to add.
Perhaps before you add, you can add to this follow-up or qualifier. I asked you for practicality, because I agree with you, but I still want to get a sense of your own perspective of the reality of the situation. You see, you mentioned earlier that you've been informed that there's no land in Gauteng anymore. You've made the example of families that live in bundles in one room. And this is not just in one area, throughout the province. So now there's a situation of landlessness that is compounded by a growing population. Now, practically, what's going to happen? This is the question that I'm asking you. Do you have hope that when you look at the material situation, you've got landlessness and you've got a growing population, what is going to happen in order for the situation to change? In your own view, you have in closing said that we believe we will succeed on condition that government comes on board or the state comes on board. Perhaps then, my sister, you can come in there to tell us if you believe that seeing the performance of government or the state thus far, do you have hope that the government will come on board? If the disclaimer is that we will succeed if the state comes on board.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. With all the challenges that we have been faced with as South Africans, if there wasn't hope in whatever situation we are finding ourselves in, we wouldn't be here. That's why I'm saying the willingness of us to change the tides, it's what's going to get us where we want to get. Behavior is learned. Whatever that is happening currently, it is through what we have learned over the years. And we can still unlearn that. How we can unlearn that? We've got our government, we've got church leaders, we've got school leaders, principals, SGPs, we've got so many leaders in our community. As much as integrity, it's a theoretical word, but if practiced well, with willingness, all those negativities that comes with one that has been put in a position of leadership, to unlearn the unfaithfulness and all those things can change, and therefore there is hope. For the mere fact that currently as leaders, we are, at times, I'm going to make an example, at times when councillors do their work, they take that activists are against them. And we are trying at this present moment in time with the new incumbent councillors to say, we are not your enemy. We actually want what you want because you are still new as councillors. You haven't been dented by any corruption. With that set of mind that you have, that love that you want to serve your community. We have been in this route longer. We've seen administration come and go, and we're still here. We are engaging every day with our communities. We know how they feel, we know how they breathe, and what is paining them and what is making them happy. In order for you as a councillor and for us as community leaders to be taken as one, we need to work together and holding each other accountable to the very same community that we are claiming to be loving and doing things for. Our community member or communities, they like seeing things being done practically. And if they don't see things happening, they think things are not happening at all. So by us as community leaders in our own communities, extending our relationship to those that have been voted to lead us, will change whatever that is happening. And as long as they are also willing to change their perception of you on who they are representing, will make sure that things do change in a country. Previously, people were not, especially men, they were not peeing wherever they go. You know, you will see a man just standing peeing there. Doesn't have regard as who is looking or whatever. It wasn't done before. So people learned that behavior to say, you know what, because we are angry, all that, I will pee wherever. That behavior can be unlearned, but for one to be able to unlearn a behavior, you need to have clear instructions or policies or bylaws that would, at some point, force in a way that people need to abide to certain things. So laws should not be laws, or legislation should not be legislation just in paper, but it needs to be made practical. As much as we are doing things practically, going and asking for a meeting with a councillor knowing fully that maybe directives are taken from somewhere, it's a form of showing that you are willing to see things happening differently from how they were before. So there is hope, because if one can give you audience and say, okay, come, let's talk, it means somewhere, somehow, even though it's a small shift, but it is a shift. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Nelson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, colleagues. You know, I've just got a few things, but there are systemic issues in Soweto. If you think that, you know, where Soweto comes from, southwestern townships, and if you think in the 50s with the Group Areas Act, when people moved from Sophiatown, Tromsburg, and the other areas into Soweto, people were then, you know, they created the poverty because people owned their own places in Sophiatown and Tromsburg. And areas like Soweto shares with townships across the country where people were moved from their ownership of the land, of their houses and the land, to a scheme. And where we sit today with, in many of those places which was created with asbestos roofing, aged infrastructure. And if you talk about grandmothers and mothers and great-grandchildren, which means that we have not dealt with the effects of the Group Areas Act in our communities, because it means that the housing lists weren't there for people to say, we know that this community is going to grow in 10 years. How do we prepare 20 years? How do we prepare? Where will the housing be, etc.? So you share that with other communities that were established in the 50s because they were uprooted, in poverty created further, and put into a scheme house, 2-roomed house, 1-roomed house, with all the family in it and so on. So unless we deal with the systemic issues in those townships, we will forever have what we have. Secondly, you also know that Soweto has been a kind of tribalized, you know, Morocco, or whether it's Orlando, or the Sutus here, the Vendas there, the Shangans there, Xhosas here, and Zulus there, etc., etc. So we're dealing with deep-rooted issues that have made now our townships dysfunctional. That's why you can say the things that you are saying, that you've highlighted here in terms of what happened. So I just want to say that because we cannot brush over that and say it's a new issue. It's the effects of apartheid. It's the effects of where we come from. And I experienced that in Bishop Laver's because we were uprooted in 1960 from Goodwood, and we experienced that pain of where you owned land, you owned your house, and now you go into a scheme or a township house, and all the problems that are there. But I just want to, on the issue about the councillors, no councillor can tell you it's the officials. Yes, the officials does the practical insight, but the councillors agree to budget. And they are the oversight people that must ensure that if the officials do not execute what has been decided in terms of the budget for the area, that action must be taken against those officials. And no official must say, nobody's going to tell me, because that official is employed in local government and must execute that. And so the important factor there is the ward committee. And I think that you should go back to say, you as a councillor, yes, we voted for you, or whether we voted for you or not, you're the councillor in this area, and you need to take the mandate of the council into the community. Also, what I think is important, it is, and it's good news that what the Minister of Finance announced, allocating money for 12,000 new police recruits, and I think the commitment from SAPS was that they will take from the existing pool of people in order to do that. But we are a dysfunctional society, and I was very scared when, you know, and we've seen those situations before, that as a leader, you'll go to that masses, and the masses tell you, stand out of the way, you know, move, you don't come and tell us here, you know, and those who've given them the message to go and loot and steal and so on. So that is again, tomorrow when there is a toy for housing, those same people will expect you as the leaders to lead in front and go and talk to those people. So the problem that we face a dysfunctional society. We face the systemic issues, the fruits of apartheid. And thirdly, we have a really a situation where even if you say to a person, he's still going to do it. So it's not the bylaw that's going to save that one. It is how do we change the mindset of society. And I think the government must continue its moral regeneration program so that situations like that people's behavior get changed. Laws don't always change people's behavior. It's how we educate people and how we bring people to the fore that change people's behavior. And your question is about justice. Yes, we will look at that. And the promises made by government, yes, indeed, election time is like everybody's got manifestos. And the most beautiful manifestos they can get. But important thing is people must hold those elected officials accountable through the structures, not on the street, but through the structures hold them accountable and say, you have to deal with it. But the main thing is that unless we look at the situation in Soweto and say, the systemic things from a infrastructure, aged infrastructure, and the fact that there's still asbestos roofing, etc. With regard to the land issue, I thought that the Premier of Gauteng a few years ago spoke about a piece of land with infrastructure, and then you build your own house. And government can buy land. Land is there. We are talking about land around the townships, but they are land, and they need to buy the land. And in many cases, municipalities do that, and they can buy that land. So I just thought I don't know what your comments on, but I just thought I'd share that with you.
Thank you very much for that, Commissioner Nissen. Yeah, I think being mindful of time and that we also have another witness this afternoon from Alexandra, that we will stand down now, let's say until it's now 10 to 2. So we can stand down until 2:45, and then take that witness then. That is just to refresh your memory again. It will be Mr. Benjamin Chisari, community representative from Alexandra. Thank you very much. We adjourned until 2:45. Good afternoon. Can all settle down, please. This afternoon, we are going to listen to the testimony of Mr. Benjamin Chisari, community representative from Alexandra. Mr. Chisari, welcome, and thank you very much for being here this afternoon. The panel, if I can just introduce the panel to you, I'm Andre Gaum, I'm chairing the panel. To my left, Commissioner Lillian Tooley, and to my right, Commissioner Chris Nissen. And then the evidence team can introduce themselves, but I don't know if you, we will come to that. But our evidence leaders, maybe I can just introduce them, is Advocate Van Heerden on the right and Advocate Motlasedi on the left. But before we start, I'd just like to hear from you. Are you willing to take the oath? Do you want to affirm the truth of your evidence?
Yes, I do, Commissioner.
Mr. Chisar, do you consider the oath as binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me, Lord.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if you have a statement that you want to start with, or whether Advocate Van Heerden will be leading you from the outset. Do you have a opening statement, if I can put it that way?
I think I may have, but it's a very contradictory one,
Okay. Now,
if I may be.
please go ahead and make your opening statement. Thank you. You may go ahead.
Firstly, I would love to say greetings to everyone, the panelists here, commissioners, learned friends. I do see my dear friend, Mr. Jones, and all others who are here. My name is Chisale Benjamin. I come from a township of townships, and that townships is where we are. This is the land that was dispossessed from Alexandrians. Case in point, the matters that we'll be discussing here require and request a greater nation of a people of Azania to open their ears consciously so and listen. Alexandra, a township that was merely formed in 1905, 1912 is a lie. Alexandra, that today, post-1985, it has 2,520 properties. To be precise, 2,554 properties with 2,534 property owners. The ratio between the distance within the 20 is that some of the property owners owned more than one property. Historically, the 20 properties that are excluded within being individual owners are the original churches in Alex. We have places that we called, or houses that we call council houses, which are bond houses. They are 16,000. And Alexandra has 16,000 pink ladies, which are permits, dating as early as 1951. Still, those people are not regarded or considered anyway. We have more than 10,845 C-form applicants, and just a margin of those are considered. This is the story about Alex. This is the Alex that we love. The only place that has led the nation either to good pastures or greener pastures or to a distraction, unrest, or looting. If Alexandra coughs, the whole country catches a flu. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Advocate van Heerden, will you continue at this point?
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, sir, also for the informative opening address, and I think you display a great history and you form a very key instrument and player in the Commission's work. We only hope that in going forward, your testimony today will really assist the Commission in drafting a workable document. We don't want the document to just be paper. We want it to be workable and actually have an effect, an impact on the communities that came before us today and I think one other to come tomorrow. In introduction, I'd just like to structure today's testimony. Again, I go through the profile, Alexandra. I will then go into any social unjust or ills that the community faces. I will then follow that with a discussion in some detail about the unrest and details around that. I'll then follow it up with questions about the aftermath of the unrest and its impact in the community, before handing over to my colleague who will do a stellar job at sweeping any issues or gaps that may arise. So back in introduction, can you give the Commission an idea of your organization, who you represent, and just the reach of your organization? Is there a name to the organization which you lead, and the number of individuals you lead within your organization?
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. In answering you, there's a critical part where I said the start of everything, when it coughs, the flu is catched by the whole country. I happen to have represented a lot of different structures in Alex. Currently, I'm representing civil society, not as a leader, but as a people's servant. I am representing the concerned community of Alex, which is the core component that gave birth to the Gauteng Housing Crisis Committee. Unfortunately so, the two comrades who were seated before me here are part of my 36 communities within Gauteng that I'm leading. I've led in Alex through people choosing me to serve in the Alexandra Land Restitution Commission and Alexandra Task Team. I've led in the structures of the ANC, even though they ended up burning me up. In politics, at the political level, I've been a servant of Alex since from a mere age of 14 years, and today I'm in my late 30s. So it is called the Concerned Community of Alex, and it comprises of more than 500,000 Alexandrans who are at displaced, decay, and disprivileged. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And that piece is important because it will highlight that when you stand here, you actually represent those many thousand voices, and that the testimony that you lead today actually speaks to those individuals whom you represent. Moving on, we want to talk about, can you give us a landscape, an idea of the socio-economic circumstances in which people in Alexandra have to live? What is the average home looking like? What are their needs? Are those needs even met?
Wow, that question touches very deeply. The conditions that you may find in Alex, firstly, you find a community with more than 68,000 doors in Alex proper. In each yard, which is equivalent to an earth of 250 square meters, according to the subdivisions post-1985. The original place is a 1,100 square meter lot where you find more than 50 families, different families in one yard. Now it tells you that it's in a ratio of 1 to 10, up to a number of 15 in every one-roomed house. Their needs are not met. Their needs are neither respected nor do they receive services. A person that has stayed in Alex for more than 52 years still resides in that one-roomed house. 5 generations to 7 generations would have came, and still that person still lives there. Within our midst, I have strategically brought my grandmother, whom I respect so much, whom in the times of the apartheid, specifically pointing out to the 6 Days War, 1986, she used her house, the same one-roomed house, to hide Paul Mashatile, Obed Papela, Richard Mtagane, Zaifane Mtagane, and others. Still, till today, she still resides in the very same house. You would be ashamed and you would cry tears if you see that. She's within our midst. That's how deep and how touchy the situation is.
You mentioned that communities still don't receive, or their needs are not met. Can you articulate in some degree of detail what needs, what basic needs the communities have?
Alexandra, it is a place that is challenged beyond the socio-economic spectrum or at whatever level that you may define. The challenges are so vast in Alex to such an extent that there are families that are a product of, would I say, evil? Families that are a product of rape in Alex. Families which are a product of services not being rendered, including by the Department of Correctional Services, where they find themselves becoming secondary victims through the same victim being exposed to the same crime committed by an uncle, if not a brother. There are children in Alex whom are born without even their parents giving them a sense of belonging, which is an identity. I count from 1 to 10,000 children from the age of 7 to as early as the age of 3 months, if that is an age. They do not have birth certificates. They do not have recognition. Neither do they have a sense of belonging, for the mere fact that there is this thing that we call services or governance within the correct auspices of local government, provincial government, and national government, all the spheres you may say. You reach out to the Department of Home Affairs, little is done at around nothing. If you try and find space for those people, they are victimized to the core, claiming that they are foreign nationals, not understanding whether they foreign nationals or immigrants in terms of the legislation of today. It is so rife to such an extent that you may go to any local clinic in Alex. If you are not there before 3 o'clock in the morning, a.m., you stand to be with the staff when they come in at 7 o'clock and when they knock out at 15:30. Still you would not be served. You would still have to come back tomorrow again. Who knows what will happen? You find yourself all service delivery points, including the response time of the South African Police Service in that area being a complete floss. Where you find even police officers can't even go inside the yard because they are scared of seeing so many people inside one yard. They would stand by the gate. By the time you come from your home, you would be, I don't know, victimized how many times, and still the law would do nothing. It is such a dire situation in Alex, where you find in each street close to 20 taverns. It is luck, or by luck, that you find a school in each street in Alex. The drug raid and the drug infection, if not affection, has become a culture and a norm because of demoralized generations that threw their lives away through the auspices of being educated postgraduates and graduates, having degrees and diplomas, but still unemployable at this day and age. These are services that we receive in Alex. I don't know whether should we call them services or should we call them non-services. But in fact, whether they happen or not are services. Whether they're non or services, I don't know what to call them then.
In this climate where there's poor service delivery in the way that you've described, what efforts has the community taken in order to engage government structures, in order to demand these services be rendered? What community mobilization missions have been in place to try and engage government at that level?
The community, through tremendous times or efforts, have engaged government, more specifically on issues of health, housing, and home affairs. If I would start with housing, for a number of times, the department has been engaged from the levels beyond COVID and beyond the unrest itself. Still, little, next to nothing, has been given to those people. Still, the people of Alex would find themselves, till today, fighting for the land of Frankenwald, the land in Limbro Park, pockets of land in Marlborough, and the surrounding areas. Till today, you find people who are in vast majority that have applied for Form Cs in the National Housing Needs Register from 1996. 94% of those people do not even exist in the system. When we do researches, they tell us that we are going to take 1996. When COVID came in March 2020, after the President's address, some of us never rested. I do not know my house. Little was I binded by either regulations within the Disaster Management Act. I didn't know any curfew because I had to assist the people. We developed a policy and a program called the Emergency Housing Development Program that talked to and announced that we need emergency relief because we can't even observe social distancing in our own homes. They introduced the TRA, TRU process, temporary residence areas and temporary residence units in the city of Johannesburg. But till today, they are still being erected. They have not addressed anyone. We hear that the money has been looted. More than 50 million that was allocated has gone missing. Till today, no one has received emergency aid in terms of making sure that we respond to what the president or maybe the father of the nation has asked us to observe social distancing, mask on, and always be safe. We can't be safe in our own homes. Till today, the very same people are taken from pillar to post. We've met the executive director in the housing department in the city of Johannesburg. I'm sorry I'm going to mention names because I'm very passionate about this. If you don't do anything, then me and you are a problem. We've met, and he's still the current executive director at housing, Mr. Patrick Poppy. We have met Mr. Collins Pitso before he was also maybe accidentally mentioned in the State Capture Commission. The very same person we've met who represented provincial human settlements. We've met Deputy Director General, if not Director General, in the National Housing Human Settlements, Ntate William Giana. Still, those people did nothing. They promised us a program that would be running to help assist our people in terms of rapid land release and mega housing development projects. Till today, re santsane re dutse le bona bonkgono ba rona ba tshwereng di-C-form tsa 96, 97 till 99.
Sorry, we just need to interpret the little bit at the end, just in English, because the record won't pick up Setswana.
We still are in the same houses with our grannies and grandfathers who still possess a Form C document starting from 96, 97, 98, and lastly 1999 till today.
What, in your estimation, is the community response to all the efforts when you have engaged in various stakeholders at government level, when you've been promised millions of rands injected into certain projects, and we are then informed that these monies have, to borrow your words, been looted? What is the appetite on the ground? What is the sense that you get from the members that you represent about government's response or lack thereof to their desperate needs?
The responses that we find are responses that are very practical, especially when it comes to Alex. The responses would be Operation Tutula, which the actual fact, it started in Alex in 2012. It gave birth to the original Alex shutdown uprising, which I led. Those are the responses that we're getting from people. And those are the conditions that we find ourselves within the auspices of this book, which was founded under a constitutional assembly, Act 108 of 1996, the South African Constitution, which is a document that mostly, when we react to conditions and symptoms of conditions that we are in, we are practically incriminating ourselves within those acts.
In all your initiatives, through all your efforts, who are your community stakeholders who invest resources? For example, community halls where you're able to meet. We heard from Bahlali Baduli Basoweto in relation to churches, whom in the Alexandra area are those identified stakeholders who do invest and see the cause and want to invest to further your cause.
Basically, the community itself is a resource to their own endeavor, or plight, if not a quest. They are making sure that it is self-funded. so that it doesn't compromise us when we go anywhere. It doesn't put conditions when we try and move and aspire different avenues. And little did we want from anyone who is a formation, because we believed that every community member is an organizer. All of us are organizers. Some of us are therefore sent to serve in the forefront and to come back and bring the right messages for them to reorganize themselves, including us, for us to get a clearer and a better mandate out of what we've got. Churches are the foundation of this struggle, where in every avenue where we engage, we always utilize a church, which is a place where we find ourselves. And it is through a deeper analysis that we find a reason why we go to a church, because we realize that our spirituality was captured. Hence, we left Ubuntu la sibiyeke khona salahleka singabantu. Hence, we've left humanity where we've left, and we got lost as a people.
I like the response to the funding and the fact that the communities are self-funding so that they are able to do their job without fear and limitation that a funder might sway them in a particular way. What is the community's relationship with political structures? Is there any relationship with political structures? In the Soweto context, we saw how the impact that ward councillors have on the ultimate or addressing ultimate needs of the community. What in the Alexandra perspective is your relationship with political structures, ward councillors, and the rest?
Well, the relationship with political structures and the community is not a very, very fruitful relationship in Alex. And to such an extent that the community said, we do not want any political affiliation, any political regalia in our meetings. We want you as a community member, as neutral as you are, and we are assisting each and everyone, irrespective of political affiliation or association. Councillors in Alex have been warm bodies, and they've remained warm bodies. I just wish they are not to still remain warm bodies in addressing the needs of the people.
I'd like to move on to the impact of COVID on the Alexandra community. You touched on it, and you'd mentioned the fact that homes are so populated with families that even putting into effect and force some of the government requirements was practically impossible. You know, you speak of service delivery. Has some of those restrictions been possible? For example, water and sanitation. If that is a problem within a particular area, simple instructions like washing hands then becomes a hopeless dream. There's no effect. In your experience and in the Alexandra voice, what has been the impact of COVID-19 in those communities and the community's ability to respond to the president's demands and directives?
It is directly in this way. Alexandra, its infrastructure was designed to only cater, if not inhabit, 70,000 people. And you find it today having more than 1.9 million citizenry, if not people. It automatically tells you that from water and sanitation, it's a decay. And COVID has hit very hard on Alexandrians. The new norm was not a new norm, it was a new prison for citizens in Alex. Job losses, cut-offs, curfews, and all other implementations enforced, if not put into place, were hilarious when it comes to a normal average community member in Alex, which then brought a lot of distress. With a high level of unemployment and dependency, you find that the person that you belonged to, the only breadwinner, is now in the same position as you, as unemployed. Arena lady room, we don't even have back rooms. The very same person who moved out for the sake of creating space for me to sleep would therefore not be able to pay wherever he or she pays rent and come back home with now an extended person or an extended family, which frustrates the whole family, including the food that we stored that would last us for a week, would last for 2 days. This is how the impacts of COVID came to Alex. This is how we lost our senior citizens mostly. We entered into a funeral spree that we never used to know as a norm. In Alex, it's a funeral spree every weekend. You would find a tent somewhere. Either it's a Saturday, a Sunday, or a Friday. But this time, it was a funeral spree extended by more than 4 days, which went from Monday to Monday. This is how COVID impacted on Alex. With conditions that are dire, you find ngwana iloko paletswai go next door, let alone going to ask for sugar. Legoteng, they are having a problem of unemployment and a vast challenge of not receiving even Lidi 350 sale as and when they were introduced.
Thank you for that. Now moving a little closer to home. Was there an unrest in your estimation in July?
In my estimation, there was no unrest. What was there was just a warning of a start of a revolution that would lead to that particular unrest that we are about to face. It was a warning. The reason why I'm saying it was a warning, it is because it is not carefully, if not thoroughly articulated. We only put a small analysis to it and then we want to therefore say it's a looting or an unrest. They closed down the relief grant within a matter of few days, if not 60. People revolted. And it shows you that the revolt was sparkled by something which was propaganda, number one. It was more than that. It included hate crimes. It included serious and dangerous crimes. It also included heists. But through a propaganda tool that was relevant to people, that led into a mini revolution which was an awakening. It was an awakening, not an unrest.
That's insightful. Why do you then say it was fueled by propaganda. Do you have an idea of what this propaganda was?
I mean, it is simple. To each and everyone that says social media is the one that showed us, we should not be foolish enough, sorry for using that word, to say the drive of propaganda was the Release Zuma campaign. That was propaganda enough to confuse the country. That is the propaganda that they were pushing. And that propaganda was funded from the ANC itself. We know that, including the way it was mobilized. Hence I'm saying it's not an unrest. The way it was mobilized, there are certain comrades within the ANC whom which, if I were to tell you, it must be in a closed session, who were given resources to drive these things, who were enabled to go and rally these young minds who knew nothing into making a diversion. Now, it was a strategy. The strategy was to create a diversion. The diversion was to give these young people and old people an opportunity to enter that ShopRite, that Pick and Pay, that Checkers, and seem to be taking things, goods away from those stores, while we, the orchestrators, go to these ATMs and bomb them and leave with money. Not even a single one of them is arrested even today.
A lot of things have been said, but I want to go back to how this information was disseminated. And this information becomes important for our report writing, because some state officials want to underplay the importance of social media and social platforms. And so it becomes important to appreciate where this information comes from. You've just touched on the importance of social media and how a lot of this was displayed already on these platforms. Do you want to speak to us about how, through which platforms communication was transmitted? And where, in your estimation, could you see this propaganda displayed?
This information was central on Facebook. This information primarily, the platform was WhatsApp. And through WhatsApp, the information in fact belonged to all of us, because they send it to platforms where we all would add input and add value. And they take those responses and spread them somewhere else to spark this propaganda with a high level of intelligence, which also encompasses high-leveled intelligence officers who are working with the state in this country, who are part of this thing.
Do you want to take us to the actual date of what I, for purposes of this hearing, will call the unrest, and you might have a different term? What happened on the day where communication was broadcasted? Were community members at the scene? If so, where was it? We speak of malls, but in Alexandra, there's a particular mall that was affected by this. Do you want to take us to the scene, identifying how the information was spread and which mall was affected? And then I'll come in and engage you when you're done with that.
The information was spread very tactical. It was through a tactic that it was spread. And it always happened the actual day. The information would be spread 3 minutes before the actual action. Spread in different ways, but the heading would always say #FreeZuma campaign. And the propaganda tool there would therefore become these institutions where it is a dwelling of migrant workers, hostels. That was the main propaganda tool to drive these things. The tactic therefore says, agitate the community with whatever ills that they receive in terms of service delivery. Push them to an extent where they would want to engage and take these things. It's like in a political term saying, dingle a carrot. One would want to find the carrot but would not want to plant the carrot him or herself. And 3 minutes before the communication or the information is spread, 3 minutes after the action is on play. Strategically so. Don't push into malls too much. Make sure that you abuse infrastructure that we find on the street, the stalls, the garages, and all other businesses that we find. But the actual idea, do not leave an ATM unbombed. That is now critical information that people would not receive, but a selected few. While we created diversion for law enforcement to chase after those who are taking goods from the stores, we actually undertake in this thing, which now the term awakening responds on saying, we are taking this resource. Where are we taking it? Where is it going to work?
Commissioner Nissen indicates that he just wanted to say something.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to ask or clarify, the we that he used is not his we. He's making the we as if he's speaking in the third person. But I just want to understand that otherwise there's an implication. Can we just caution on that?
Yes, it's the we that as a third person, just putting general. Remember, you can't generalize without putting yourself in that statement. Then it's hallucination. May I proceed?
Yes, please do. Thank you for that
No,
clarity.
thanks for the clarity. I should have made an undertaking on that one, because I don't want to be caught up again in a term called incriminating oneself. But though this tactic went to an extent that it even destabilized some of the radio stations, local radio stations, because some of us who were chose to serve the people and lead them, we spoke through the radio station trying to call calm. And suddenly the radio station was also attacked. And everything was taken. So we were silenced. At that time, we could not even gather, let alone meet. At that point in time, it was burning everywhere. We were trying to take the young ones away from the streets, putting them or placing them where they would be safe, because by that time, law enforcement was up and down and everybody was on the street, was dealt with. Funny enough, that those goods and people or community members that were confiscated or arrested in the action, some of the food were donated to these structures called the CPFs, and they shared the food to show how deep these things would go. In the very same breath, you would be assisting the cause of making a right in a particular community, but at the same time, you are under the very same circumstances that he or she who is acting upon taking the goods from the stores is in. And what definitely does that tell you? It means it's either you are for it or not for it. To such an extent that we found ourselves incriminating ourselves in this act, looting, unrest, awakening, whatever we may call it. It was a tool to show us that let us go back to humanity. Let us go back and recorrect our mistakes. If it takes government to be honest enough and say we have done wrong, let it come to the fore. Let it apologize, and let's start constructing a new productive government that would stand on behalf of a people. That was the message. Unfortunately, someone had to feel the pinch, but I can tell you, even if they may make an example with civil war, there is no civil war without casualties.
You made reference to the bombing of ATMs and various infrastructure. I want to take the commission to large areas where large numbers of individuals or community members gathered. Can you place us in that environment and sort of describe to us what was happening and the number of community members that were there and what was happening at that time? We just want a full scene of events during that time.
The most critical part to define at that time was a community gathering. I'm not sure whether it was alert level 5 or level 4 or 3, but it was very difficult for you to gather. The only example I'll give you, or the only true reflection that I'll give you, is a virtual meeting, Zoom. That's how a people gathered. There were a number of Zoom meetings, WhatsApp conference calls. Those were points of gathering. The actual gathering, in effect, it was not there. Hence, now the strategy led into a tactic of taking these young minds and rally their minds behind causing chaos, and which was a diversion for us to can pull through. Not me, not them, but explaining the story. Then it becomes us.
That's very interesting. The minister and his ministry came and talked about the impact to infrastructure. And similarly to what the testimony you've given, the bombing of petrols, of ATMs, etc. He made specific reference to Pan-Africa Mall within Alexandra. Were there scores of people that were there? What was the damage to that mall? And is it attributable to any conduct of these individuals that you say are propelling this propaganda, and or was community members involved at all?
One thing that you'll have to understand is that Pan-Africa Mall, on top of Pan-Africa Mall, you find a taxi rank. Ask yourself. A taxi rank that connects you to the whole of Gauteng and other parts of the homelands. And that taxi rank is always full. When it started, is it really people from Alex that destroyed Pan-Africa Mall? That would remain a question. We might go into a local inspection, I can show you this. Even now, that taxi rank is full, ferrying people from one destination to the other. But if that mall was in a space like Alex Mall, where there's no taxi rank, they just used a parking space to accommodate local taxis. Then it tells you why Alex Mall was not that much damaged. So the propaganda with Pan-Africa Mall became a reality and became a true landmark of the awakening.
You said earlier in your testimony that there were instances where officials would to confiscate food parcels from families and then distribute them amongst CPFs. Those food parcels, where were they taken from?
Actually, they were not food parcels. It was goods that were confiscated out of the actual action, looting, people taking for themselves. They would confiscate that, leave it to such an extent that no one wants to bear the responsibility of signing for these things in what we call a storage for SAPS, SAP 13.
Where were the goods taken from?
The goods were taken from people. And normally those people were young kids as early as young as 13 years old. Well, it tells you, arrest a 13-year-old, where are you going to place the person?
Did those goods belong to the 13-year-old?
No, it's goods that were taken from the shopping centers and the supermarkets.
So, as I understand, you're saying the young children took these goods from shopping centers. Then officials then repossessed these goods from the children to then redistribute amongst who knows who, or amongst themselves, as it were.
So it shows you to an extent that it happened in a very, very, very quagmire approach, for a lack of a better word. They take these goods, they take the person with the goods, keep the person in the police cells. On Monday, the person is released by the Department of Justice, and you take now these goods, where are you going to take them to? Simply redistribute the goods. So you and the person, how different are you?
What do you make of the type of goods that these young children were taking? What does that tell you about their needs if all they're taking is food? What do you make of the type of stuff that was, or goods that was taken from these stalls, etc.?
The type of goods that were taken were not only food. Clothing was also taken. Even minor kids or toddlers, equipment or goods were taken. Pampers, nan, milk. You can see from what they are taking that they direly need the things that they are taking. A lot of young boys and girls took sneakers, pair of jeans, those that they couldn't even afford. But just for the mere fact of having that, even though it's not the same color, some were not even the same size 7 or size 8 at the same time, it told you that this is just something that was not organized. It's something that just came at the time of need, and it's just something that came where we need it the most. And by that time, we could barely even buy a 1 kg of sugar at home. So if I have an opportunity to grab and move away with a 10 kg of sugar, then so be it.
During this time, where was the police presence? Was it there at all?
The police were there. I remember there was a certain time where the police ended up standing there and they just looked. They just looked while goods were taken and they did nothing. They just stood there because they understood that they are outnumbered, and besides being outnumbered, the intelligence was outrun. Because normally intelligence, if it's there, it is supposed to pick this up before it starts, and it goes to those who are propelling this type of actions so that it deals with them. But in that fashion, in fact, the country was under COVID, and we were affected or infected by coronavirus by that time. And the intelligence was at quarantine. That's where the people took advantage.
What does it do to community morale when they can see some bystanders, they can see some community members taking the very little that they can in the moment, and whilst there are men in blue suits who are unable to either protect them, to stop the injustice that happens, what does that do to a community and their relationship with the men in blue?
The community out of that, it was, remember, if I'm able to go and take with that woman or man in blue just folding arms with that shotgun or rifle watching or looking at me, running away with these things and doing nothing, it means I'm the man. I've made it, you know. And it brought a sense of great applaud to myself in that particular space, to an extent that I even saw the next person and said, no, bona bazamile, they've tried, the law enforcers have tried, but they failed to arrest me. So it brought back that sense that said, I still made an impact. The reason why they ended up feeling like that is that the goods that were taken there, the whole community shared those goods. Boye next door, impuphu ninayo, 12.5. We don't have even milli-meal, would give each other. Would share the goods, would share everything, even roll on. And it was a sense of belonging for that particular family and families to say, at least we can push for months with what we have. That's how the community felt.
Was there any presence of the military? We were told the military was deployed. Did you see the military?
The military was deployed 3 days after the actual start. Remember when it started, the first day, it went throughout. The second day, some of the businesses and shops or supermarkets were burned down, even malls. The third day, people were still going there to go and try and get what is left there. I remember one man carrying 2 fridges. I wonder where that man got that strength. And it shows you that it's hilarious. People would go to the same place 3 times, not even fearing to become apprehended or some sort. And on the third day, that's when we experienced military presence. And to us, military presence meant only but one thing: suppression, oppression. And it further meant that we are going to be locked up in our own homes because of the presence of military, which frustrated us. It was not done through a process where we would understand the new norm, the situation, and before and after the actual action, the presence of military brought again fear to the people. And that's when people started staying inside and not actually engaging.
Do you think, in the community's view, is the thought that the police did their job, given their circumstance? Does the community believe that the police ought to have done more or better?
I would say, if I would say police did their job, then I must have reference. Did they ever do their job? That's the question that comes to me. I would say they tried doing something, because check their response, check how they behave, even how they dress. It tells you that we don't have a police service, we have only a security service. Hence, we are infiltrated by private security companies manning our safety and protection where we stay. Did they ever do their job? That's the question.
And if the answer to that is they never did their job, was there any presence of private security companies available to man particular entrances to other places like malls? Like, were there ever any other replacement for the job that the police was meant to do?
You know, I appreciate the question because it clearly answers to my mind and the mind that is out there listening and watching. That for the mere fact for our state to then declare employing the employment of military into manning the areas which are regarded as areas of problematic stance or problematic areas, like Alex. They wouldn't go that far if there was really a security company that would stand the heat. There was no security company that would stand it. They were there. We know they are guarding these institutions or business places. But it's very difficult because 98% of all security guards in those companies in this country are immigrants. And now here we come with another propaganda saying we are xenophobic. Would they stand? No, they wouldn't. So there was no presence of any security guard or security company. There were only just that security guard in a form of a blue uniform who is standing there and say, take whatever you want, I'll be watching you.
What impact has the unrest, for my purposes and reference, what impact has that had on community?
It had the greatest impact of them all. The norm would say you go to a mall which is just 2 kilometers away from you, if not 500 meters, where you would find services including an ATM where you would withdraw money. And by the time we found ourselves waking up from an action that we did to ourselves, we had to walk for more than 10 kilometers to get an ATM. We had to even ferry a taxi, go 14 Ks from where we stay to go and just buy a pack of meal. Then it tells you that our mind played tricks on ourselves and we were caught within the space and time of thinking that we are heroes. Little did we know that we are destroying our own infrastructure, our own opportunities that we can use to advance a struggle of a black child.
Finally, from my end, the last question. What does justice look like for Alexandra?
Wow. That's a very tricky question for Alex. Justice would look like this for Alex. If we would abolish this representative democracy and go to a collective democracy, we would say the understanding of equal rights and justice would therefore become. As long as we are in this constitutional government, not constituent-led government, then we are doomed. There is no equal rights. There is no justice. It is just laws, restrictions, red tapes that forces us to incriminate ourselves each and every time we try to express our views. Therefore, this is how justice looks for Alex.
Thank you very much. That'll be the end of my questions, Commissioner. I'll hand over to my colleague.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. You may go ahead, Advocate Blaseri.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Mr. Chisare. Afternoon. Picking up from the exchange that you've had with Advocate Van Heerden, I would like you to continue talking to the panel about the aftermath of the July unrest. I will continue to use the word unrest, for purposes of consistency. You've discussed with the panel at length, the acts that occurred, persons entering malls and leaving with goods. But I would like you to, place the panel at the events of what happens the next day. What happens for purposes of acquiring basic necessities, what happens when you're trying to obtain fuel, what happens when you're attempting to obtain cash after the unrest.
And trying to acquire fuel and cash became a hassle. Now you either had three options. One is to walk towards up south, where you would end up in either Sandton or Houghton, if not Parktown, just for you to get cash and fuel. You would have to walk further north, down towards Greenstone, Stone Ridge and other areas, just for you to buy a pack of cigarettes. To some who couldn't even walk thus far, would be asking your neighbor, what stock do you have? Then your neighbor would tell you, no, I have roll-on Colgate, teeth brush, and all other accessories. Then you would buy what you normally buy with a 10 rand, you would buy with a 13 rand extra. This is what it meant, and the aftermath meant that.
For purposes of clarity, when you make reference to the word stock, are you speaking about goods that were, derived from shopping centers?
Yes. Remember, most of them did not undertake or got into the action just for the sake of their needs. The other one had aspirations of becoming a businessman or woman. So that was the opportunity for that person to do that. Would get a roll-on at 23 rand. You'd buy a roll-on with a 23 rands. Or else you find it at 7 rand, 8 rand 99 in a normal retail price. If you don't get it from your neighbor will ask someone who will want or who will seek for you from another person, and then it comes along those lines and the money goes along those ways. That was the aftermath. And that's how we punished ourselves during the act.
I want you to talk more about the consequences of the unrest, particularly in two respects. The first being, what has been the impact of the July unrests on small businesses located within your community? And secondly, what has been the impact of the unrest on the ability of individuals to obtain opportunities at employment?
The first one would be opportunities of employment. Obviously, they are zero when it comes to community business. So either way, it affected. The little that they have, those that were employed, had now to stay at home because local business was also attacked. To those that are, I would refer to them with an unpopular term and call them business mafios. The impact would be them adding stock with that stock.
Thank you. Keeping in with this theme, I would like to know from you what efforts, if any, have been made by your organization and its membership at rebuilding and recapacitating the organization, if any.
Probably the movement, it's what we call ourselves because we don't believe in organizations. A black child is not organized till today. So we bear no right to call ourselves an organization. So we are moving along the lines of organizing ourselves. The movement was neither assisted nor value was added in terms of making sure that it responds positively and makes sure that it pulls people out of that position that we found ourselves in. And clearly, other organizations, all they did was to respond to symptoms, like as normally as they do, to respond to symptoms of the social ills that we are facing in pretext or pretense to assisting a black child, where we had a vast distribution of food parcels, which directly meant nothing, because it's very fruitless, and it's a fruitless exercise for you to give me a tin of fish than to teach me how to tin fish. It is also the efforts of these organizations that met and went and showed business that no, in fact, we are motivating what they did. We're saying, let them continue again by cleaning those premises. Meanwhile, there are people who are employed to clean. So it means there are again a cause of unemployment for those who would get opportunities to get contracted to go and clean.
May I ask for a 5-minute comfort break, please?
No.
Until 4:15.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chairperson.
It's stand down for 5 minutes. resume. Over to you, thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Chisari, you were addressing us on efforts taken by the community at rebuilding in the light of the July unrest. In particular, we were having a discussion around the cleanup campaigns that ensued as a result of that. I want to put two propositions to you, and I'd be interested in hearing your response. The Commission heard, two different approaches, or rather two different beliefs in respect of cleanup attempts that followed after the unrest. One position that was articulated quite proactively is that it is important for communities to go out after an incident like that has occurred, because that would accelerate the return of business into the community. The polar opposite reaction is that it's actually not in the interests of the community in the long term to immediately go out and clean up, because that it creates a culture almost of impunity or a lack of consequences. Because in the absence of conversation, your actions are suggesting that infrastructure can be destroyed and then it'll be fixed, and you can destroy it again and it'll be fixed. So I invite you to please share with the panel what your position is in respect of these kind of initiatives.
In actual fact, the two different definitions explains two different things. One, therefore, explains the importance of investment, which is liquid money or liquid resource, which we tend to call it investment. Two, it tells you that investment without community ownership, it's as same as investment in a white elephant structure or an island. Community ownership, therefore, would be owning the means of the economy itself that is at decay. Having shares in particular institutions or business components, industry that we are currently involved or engaged in, which is a very rare opportunity for most of us who happen to find ourselves in a space of employment or seeking jobs. What do I mean by that? My father worked for a company and had 2 certificates, if not 3, of long-standing or long-serving certificates. But after he passed on, those certificates were next to nothing. They could not even buy the family a pack of 10 tea bags. And I would say my father was a hard worker. How am I going to find myself in that very same space as an individual as myself? Yes, today, I'm in the very same space where I'm even waiting for my own long service certificate, which means nothing to my child, which will therefore mean nothing even if the Provident Fund can release money, let alone UIF, but the certificate would still mean nothing to my offspring. The perception, going to number 2, the perception around community and the thought that says business and malls are owned by the elite. It's very, very high. To such an extent, that's the reason why we never spoke of color. We never spoke of skin pigmentation. We never spoke of anything that resembles black, white, or any other color that may exist, if they exist. The elite, reference to those that are in positions or in better positions, politically so called the petty bourgeoisie or the bourgeoisie, where else we are defined and claimed to be called the working class.
I have 2 questions in response to the answers that you have provided. I think it's important for us to get your view as a leader as to what goes through the minds of individuals and what is really happening on the ground during these moments of the tearing down of infrastructure. You know, so let me posit. Let me put my first question to you. One of the answers you've given me is that there is a link between the destruction of business or of infrastructure and a belief in the community that they have no ownership in respect of that particular asset or business. But I want to unpack that with you a little bit. There is public infrastructure in communities that for purposes of servicing the community essentially belongs to the community in the sense that it yields and it affords a service or the provision of services to that community. I'm now thinking of a hospital, of a school, of a clinic. Though such infrastructure often is located within the community, it sometimes even bears the names of laudable heroes from that community. So perhaps ownership in the private law sense might not rest in the community, but the benefit and the advantage that this infrastructure affords is yielded to the community. You know, having had this discussion with you, I want you to give me a view as to whether it is still accurate then to say that this kind of public beneficial infrastructure is still, vandalized and destroyed because there's a perception of lack of ownership.
Probably there's 2 ways to answer that. One would be public infrastructure in a place like Alex was built on top of someone's land, which was dispossessed. People were forcibly removed, and the last part was, therefore, the land was expropriated and owned, therefore, by the municipality. It clearly gives no sense of belonging in terms of the bona fide of Alex. As clearly as we say, we want to contribute to the GDP, we want to contribute to infrastructure, public or private, but we need to be given one, our birthright, two, sense of belonging, three, our dignity must be restored back to us. So in the context of Alex is in that way, to say, we will not destroy this infrastructure, public infrastructure was not destroyed, it was never touched. Because it belongs to the very same property owners who are to be restored back the land, who are bona fides of Alex, which is a different dialectic. That's why we don't call it public infrastructure. In Alex, we call it service delivery points. And in that sense, in other activities like the one activity which is ununderstandable, whether is it Afrophobia or xenophobia or ethnic uprising or challenges, in 2008 and the recent one that just nearly boomed, public infrastructure was destroyed. And it clearly shows you that there is a different element when you do an awakening or an unrest or hate crimes, which you destroy what belongs to you, and at the end of the day, you are the one who will suffer most of the consequences because that service delivery point is no longer there. It means your services are not to be rendered.
And let's then turn to efforts at attempting to stabilize the community after the unrest. Just before the break, you spoke on the issue of food parcels, and you indicated, in your view, that you don't consider them to be, effective or particularly sustainable in terms of alleviating the material conditions on the ground. My question to you then is, in light of the consequences of the unrest, what would you then propose should have been put in place in order to alleviate the difficult positions that people found themselves in following the unrest?
We need to bear in mind that the unrest brought in new challenges. After a new norm was introduced, and we automatically forgot about existing challenges that were there before and started responding to new challenges that emanated out of the symptoms of those challenges that were not addressed. So still addressing the unrest, you would be addressing nothing. Addressing the new norm, you would be addressing nothing, rather than reacting to symptoms of the old challenges, whom are inherent into the new norm, and an unrest came with other symptoms that are a direct response to a new norm. And in addressing all of those, in my thinking, as part of the solution, is to understand, one, that Alex is a place where most, if not all, who come or migrate or immigrate to the south of Africa ends up in Alex, and then they spread to wherever they want. It's a central starting point for everybody internationally. So our sister countries when the migrants and immigrants come, be it legally or illegal, they land in Alex. And after a few months, even though it might take others few years, then they go to other areas, spread out to other areas. It gives you a scenario that says, we need to decongest Alex, number one. We need to decentralize Gauteng as a province. We need to also look at opportunities of building industrials in the homelands so that people get to be next to where they work, play, and stay. If that is not responded to in a proper manner, then it will tell you that even when you pray and say, give us this bread, our daily bread, you'll be lying to yourself, because the question is, where is your land? If we were to be answered, let our land come back to us.
Well, on the note of alleviating root causes, a large number of the points you've made now, I think you will accept are quite long-term. Yes, you're dealing with generational causes, and they naturally will also take some time for remediation. My final question to you is, you're here before the Human Rights Commission. You've addressed the commission on the conditions in your community, your role in your community, as well as what occurred in the month of July. The panel, as it is before you, is tasked with drawing certain factual findings and making recommendations. At this juncture, I invite you to speak to the panel about the kind of interventions you are hoping for, the kind of measures you would like to see put in place, and the hopes you have for this process in the long term.
I so wish that I could go to avenues in addressing the core findings of this commission. And I'm trying very much to put on my expectations, would say, let us not deal with symptoms of what we call the unrest. Collectively so. Let us unpack the root causes to the latter. Understand why did this happen? What propelled these activities or actions to take place? How was the community addressed? If not, how were they instructed to respond? By who were they addressed? And who should take responsibility for these mishavings or actions? Is it an individual? Is it a collective? I still do not know what to expect, but I can say, can we try our level best in terms of addressing what happened? Be it an unrest, but to some we may take it as organized crime, to an extent that if we don't deal with those who ran away with millions and clearly narrowing the approach to those that were seen carrying a bag of meal, rice, or whatever goods that they may be carrying, still we have missed a component. The grenades that they were using, where did they get them from? Resources that was in place and deployed, who did it come from? Petrol that was used to such an extent to put these businesses to flames, where was it extracted from? The messages that were spread out that confused these young minds, who were the orchestrators of such illicit actions to such an extent that they made our nigromatic wires not to connect. And we followed what we followed at that time, be it right or wrong. If it means justice must be served, then let justice start serving. I hope I've answered the question.
Thank you. Chairperson, that is the conclusion of our questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Tuli.
Awuchisari,
Mama,
unjani?
siyaphila njani gogo?
Sikhona. You mentioned earlier that there's some information, I think you mentioned something to the effect that you wish some of these proceedings were not in public as such, and I think you were speaking to some of the causes of this unrest. Can I ask if you would prefer maybe another shot in a less public space to speak and offer us further some inputs into your own views about some of the causes of the unrest?
Yes, if it's for the cause of the nation.
Thank you, Mr. Chisari. That was the only question that I have on my side. However, I also heard that you came here with your grandmother.
Yes.
Can you point to your grandmother, please? Is she in this room?
There she is.
I see, I see. Gogo, I was also raised by a grandmother. They usually say that a child is a reflection of those who raised them. Uyasiza isiZulu wema. Uyasiza isiZulu wema. Uyasiza. Bathi mina ngiphume eNatali, bathe eNatali umntwana uyisibuko sabantu abamkhulisile. Ngisho lento ngoba lo mfana lo uBenjamin uthe ufike nawe la. Washo futhi ukuthi ukhuliswe wena. Siyakhalalisela ukuthi ukhulise umntwana ofana njengoBenjamin. Lana eSouth Africa sinenkinga siyashodelwa abantu abafana njengoBenjamin. Ngakho ke sithi asikubonge ngomsebenzi owenzile kulomntwana, umkhulise angakhokhobi, nawe ungakhokhobi. Siyabonga, siyabonga. Yeah. Benjamin, we must thank you, my brother, for your commitment to your community, your attitude, and your articulations herein. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Nassau.
Thank you, Chairperson Chasani. I will echo the words of my fellow Commissioner, Commissioner Tuli. And it's very sad that she witnessed today what should have changed since '86 when she housed all those powerful men and women So thank you so much. I just have a few questions. The first question is, you talk about young people being accosted by the police and children. Are you aware of people that have been arrested, and how many they've arrested, and what happened to their cases?
I may not have clear stats by now, but I do have that information. There are a number of people who were arrested, and their cases just went below the table or under the table. Most of them, and they were released in less than 48 hours after they appeared before the magistrate. And relevant information would then be brought forth in terms of what had transpired throughout those processes and how old were those young men and women. Yes.
Thank you. We would be very happy if you can provide this for us. Much of what you've said, and the core of it, is that, the socioeconomic kind of, I don't want to use that word, but the socioeconomic kind of quagmire, the problems that you face within Alexander. Now, the South African Human Rights Commission had an inquiry into Alex, and certain recommendations have been made. Are you aware of it, and are you aware where we are within that process, or where the government has responded to the recommendations of the Human Rights Commission?
I'm aware of the inquiry. As to where things are now, I'm not that well aware. The reason that I'm saying I'm aware is that Group Forensic Investigation Services and General Sibia were given by me information. Attorney Vernon Naidu and others. I've even linked them with people that were there on the scene, so most of the information that you got in that commission of inquiry comes from me. And 40% was directly investigated by me while I was still chairperson of the CPF in Alex.
Thank you. You mentioned the word homelands, and I presume it's not the Bantustan, it's rural areas. Correct?
Definitely rural areas.
Then one last one from me. The Yexkay, every year, or every rainfall, every storm, it destroys houses along its banks and so on, and even people get drowned in it. Government is always saying they're doing something. Has there been any meaningful rehabilitation of the banks and maybe retention walls being built by that? What was the promise of government with regard to how they can't prevent the rain, they can't prevent the floods, but they can redirect it and they can save people's houses and save people's lives? What are you aware of anything that government is doing in order to at least that part of the XK that comes around Alexander, where there's anything been done?
Basically, they are doing extremely nothing about that. The only thing that they did is that the informal settlement, which was mostly affected, called Setswetla, was now formalized, electrified, and services brought to it, not the area being removed for the banks to be rehabilitated, including, the bank of a river must become an historical site, if not a heritage site. But in the extent of Alex, nothing is being done. And we still hope that something should be done.
Thank you. Just very, very last one. 2010, with the World Cup, there was a beautiful village, and the promise was to move people from Alex into that village. Were people moved? What happened? And how many people were actually resettled in this beautiful football village?
It is.
That was to lessen the housing need in Alex.
It is very sad that sometimes promises are not met. The only thing that we experienced was that people were sold to those houses. No one from those riverbanks in informal settlements received what was due to them. It was just a blind lie, an electioneering campaign, and it is one of the symptoms that led people to undertake in the unrest.
Chairperson, thank you so much. Just as a final word for myself, I've got a beautiful picture of Reverend Moroka in 1925 of the Bantu Presbyterian Church of Alex in 12th Avenue. It's now a new beautiful building. But as a Moruti in Polokwane, on Mankweng, I used to come every Sunday and spend 2 to 3 days, on Tuesdays going back at 12th Avenue with my Moruti at 12th Avenue. And when I go there now, very little have changed. Since sometimes there were bodies lying covered, a murder victim, and we have to go to the police station, and then the mortuary will come 5 hours, 8 hours later to pick up that body. So we'll see whether things have drastically changed when we go and visit Alex on Tuesday. But thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for your evidence. We really appreciate it very, very much. I would just like to hear, in response to the question from an answer from Commissioner Tuli, if the evidence team would like to, at this point, bring an application for in-camera evidence, given that the witness has expressed his willingness to give further evidence on what he knows pertaining to the causes of the unrest.
Chairperson, can we perhaps take a 5-minute adjournment to discuss that quickly?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll adjourn for 5 minutes, and then we'll see if how we can manage that in camera evidence. Thanks. Pertaining to the in-camera aspect. Good van Heerden.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just in terms of the rules governing these proceedings, in terms of section 2.2, and I'll read for the Commission's convenience, in appropriate cases, the chairperson, after consultation with the hearing panel, may make an order that a hearing be held in camera. And in such case, the chairperson shall specify the procedure regulating in-camera proceedings. So in terms of the rule, Commissioner, we don't need a formal application. It is for the chair, in consultation with the panel, to make an order for in-camera proceedings. So we hand over to you.
Yeah, as we have amended that rule now, which is already effective, it is the panel as such. So I'll just quickly consult with the colleagues and then we will make a decision. Yes, so it is the view of the panel that it is important to listen to further evidence that is offered by the witness pertaining to the matter of the causes of the unrest and the organization and so on thereof. It is directly relevant to the terms of reference of this hearing as well, and a very important aspect of the terms of reference, and in view thereof we are inclined to grant the hearing of this the further hearing of this matter in camera. When will that be done? Can you give us an indication, Advocate van Heerden? And also, you know, maybe we should also think about that location next to the gym on the other side, where there are no cameras, etc., etc.
Yes, Commissioner, the in-camera proceedings will continue then following your order tomorrow, and we will confirm location, save only to mention that in-camera would mean then that there would be no media broadcasting that procession, which would be in the morning, but we will then come back after the 1 hour to then continue with open and public hearings tomorrow morning, and we can confirm what time, but if testimony is heard from 9, it should be about an hour with this witness, so from 10 or so tomorrow morning, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. So contrary to what I said earlier, then the proceedings tomorrow will start here at, we will try our level best that it starts at 10 o'clock, not 9 o'clock, but 10 o'clock. Thank you very much, and I think that brings our proceedings for the day to an end. Thank you once again to our witness, and also just to remind you then that we will Commissioner Ntuli is just asking whether it could perhaps be that we could perhaps start at 8:30 with the witness. Would you be available, sir, at 8:30? Could you be here at 8:30, or is that going to be difficult? Yeah, now maybe let me just explain. Our idea was to have you from 9 until 10, and then we continue here with another witness from 10 o'clock. So, but you would be able to make 9 at least. Okay. So I think then we keep it at 9. In terms of where we will meet, it would most probably not be here, but it will be in the hotel somewhere. And we'll see you then at 9 o'clock, and we'll take your evidence from 9 until 10. I don't think there are any other business. No other business. We thank everyone, including your grandmother, for attending the proceedings today. And we will see you tomorrow at 10, except in your case 9. Thank you very much. We adjourned.
Thank you, Commissioner.